Hello, everybody. We are about to get started. I just want to confirm that my microphone is working. I am currently reading the chat. Let me know if you can hear me. Isn't this the Armchair Historians game? Yes, it is. Marisala, hello and goodbye to you as well. And I see a lot of very grateful subscribed viewers. Remember, there are many benefits to being a subscribed viewer of the channel. Today, it's not being used as cannon fodder. Now, before we get started on today's subject... Ooh, sorry, one more thing. Okay. I want to talk to you about a book called The Western Way of War by Victor Davis Hanson. I have been thinking about this book for a little while now. And the reason I've been thinking about it is that this is an attempt to explain why Western nations were able to conquer the world primarily through military means. They conquered North America, they conquered South America, they conquered Africa, they conquered all different parts of Asia. What was it about the European nations that made them so much better at war than everybody else? And he is a very good military historian, also a classicist. He reads Greek, he reads Latin, very talented guy. And one of the things he lists was lethality. And it's like, lethality? This is the military. Like, who isn't trying to kill each other? And this got me thinking about Homer's Iliad, which is one of the oldest accounts of combat we had. And a lot of people did not understand Homer's account of combat. And the reason for this is the way he describes things is that, like, two armies would come together, they'd talk a bunch of smack to each other, one guy would throw a spear, everyone would stop and see what happens, and then, like, if they hit somebody, they'd start talking smack again and demand revenge, or if they missed, they'd make fun of the guy who threw the spear, and then this would go on for a while, and both sides would basically take turns throwing spears at each other or shooting arrows until somebody lost their nerve and ran away. And it's like, man, this guy hasn't seen combat before, there's no way. But there's been a lot of footage going around lately of combat among the tribes of Papua New Guinea. And it turns out that this is exactly how they fight. These two tribes will have a dispute over something, and they'll come together, and they'll just take turns throwing spears and talking smack or shooting arrows until one side loses their nerve and runs away. And what's finally the realization here is that made me realize that Victor Davis Hanson had a point, is that for a lot of people throughout history, war was not this scientific enterprise to maximize lethality. It was kind of like an airing of grievances, where both sides would just take their anger out on each other until they were satisfied and went home. And what the Westerners did that was different is like, no, we are here to win. We are going to fight battle after battle and study this as much as possible to come up with the ideal way of fighting wars. And the reason I'm giving you guys this whole introduction is because that is how you got something as weird as the style of combat you see featured in today's game, Master of Command. Ooh, that is loud. I don't know about you guys, but it's way loud for me. All right. And, like, really think about what the combat situation here is in this game. A bunch of guys are, like, drafted out of their homes, and they are being told to, like, stand in lines and take turns shooting at each other. And the reasons the Europeans did this was not because they were stupid or because they thought it was honorable. In a certain sense, that more primitive warfare was more honor-based, because that was more about airing their grievances than actually fighting. The reason the Europeans did this is over the course of hundreds of years of really intense competition, experimentation, this was the best way to fight. And basically no one else did this. Not literally true, you see it a little bit in China, you see a little bit in Japan, but like, these guys were just the best at it. They did the most intensely. And so I think we are going to enjoy some of that in today's game. Or like, even the idea of turning war into a game, I don't think would have occurred to a lot of these cultures. Because again, war isn't really a competition to them, it's more like a ritual. But to the Europeans, it's like, oh damn, we gotta win. Did you see the drone footage of the French using phalanxes? I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically. Honestly, it makes sense why war was like that. It didn't have a commander with a gun to my head. I wouldn't want to charge at a guy with a sword either. Exactly. Play Sweden. All right, guys, suggest the countries you want me to play. I'm reading the chat now. I just want to show off some of our options, though. I beat the campaign as Poland, and one of the coolest options, I think, is Magnate Militia. So with the Magnate Militia, you are playing as, like, some private Polish nobleman who, like, is personally paying his army to fight in the 7-Year War. And one of the things I love about this game that I didn't first realize is that the playstyles of these countries is really different. Like, I didn't unlock them, but you can play as a Cossack host, and if you play as a Cossack host, you are constantly constantly losing money unless you are looting, which means the only way to play is like a real Cossack horse where you gotta go from town to town looting stuff or your army's just gonna die. Or like the Magnate Militia plays very, very differently because it's his own private army. One of the really cool ones, I didn't think the Holy Roman Empire would have such interesting units, but the Saxon army has this restriction where basically the only way you can recruit soldiers is on the march using a special stance. And there's also the Holy Roman Empire Auxiliary Corps, which is a lot like the Polish militia, where you're basically playing as a private prince in the Holy Roman Empire, raising his own private army. So let's see what we have. We have a request for Sweden. This is not the 30 Years' War. This is the 7 Years' War. It's about 100 years later, a little more. Just do Britain. It's easy. I played Britain before. France. By this point, we as humans get so easily triggered, getting called childish. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Austria. How do you play as the Commonwealth Army? I've lost 4 times as them. The Commonwealth can honestly support any playstyle. They have good everything. They have good infantry, they have good artillery, they have good cavalry. It's less that the units are difficult and more that, like, the Shem is kind of hard to deal with. A bunch of French Oh, yes, no, I did see that. There is this amazing video. Here, let me show this to you guys. This is sick. So in the field of classical studies, especially ancient Greece, there's a bit of a revolution going on, re-understanding the Greek phalanx, where the traditional way the phalanx was understood is that it's like slow-moving heavy infantry blocks forming into, you know, phalanxes. And what we're doing is we're going over the sources again, and we're realizing that is not how the Greeks said they fought. They actually describe a lot of charges. Like, very famously, the Battle of Marathon, something that the Greeks were very proud of, is that they march from Athens to the beaches of Marathon where the Persians are landing, which is 24 miles away. And these guys are wearing like heavy bronze armor. Like, this is exhausting stuff. And then from about a mile away, the Greeks charged the Persians in their heavy armor, and the Persians could not believe it. This is like a superhuman feat of strength. And then after the Greeks drive the Persians off the beaches at Marathon, the Persians get back on their ships and like, oh my god, the Greek army is gone, we can attack Athens. So the Greeks march all the way back into Athens after marching to the battlefield and sprinting for a mile and marching all the way back, all in their heavy armor. And they're on the walls of the city like, let me at them, we want more fighting. And the Persians just could not believe this. And the thing is that, like, if you read Thucydides also, he describes a lot of charges. And what we're starting to think is that maybe the Greek hoplites, again, were not like heavy stationary infantry. What if they're shock infantry? And this one historian essentially recreated that. And the stuff he got here is absolutely fascinating. Like, let me show this. So these two formations are essentially walking into each other in this case, which is more akin to the more traditional style of fighting you saw. Yes, Stoke, thank you for the link, by the way. But they tell them to charge at different distances here. So here's no shock. Actually, here they're kind of running. And this kind of experimental archaeology is just so sick. They got like hundreds of volunteers together. And the thing they're experimenting with is, when does one side retreat? So they blow a horn, and one side is told to retreat when they blow the horn. And there's a lot more nuance to this. But, here, I think later is when they, like, do... And, like, you guys should really check out the video. I'm posting the link here. Like, they spent a lot of time talking about the initial sources and why they're basing things. There's this really cool phenomenon during the retreat, because they're told to pursue and retreat and fight during that. And I want to try to find this because this is really cool. There's a very famous story where during a retreat, Socrates, the great Greek philosopher, saves Alcibiades, who's this very significant historical figure during a retreat. And the way they describe this, and this is what's happening right here, is that they would turn around during the retreat and give a strong front to the enemy. And what happens is that even though they're retreating, if someone turns around during a retreat and is ready to fight you, you don't want to fight him. You want to fight someone else who's running away. And in doing so, you can survive these retreat actions. So this guy did not have friends, so he couldn't put up a strong fight, and he lost. But I want to try to find a case where they put up a strong face and it caused their pursuers to stop attacking them. And by the way, some guys have like first-person helmet cams, and like, this is such a sick experiment. You guys got to check this out. And it's so well sourced and so well researched. It's an amazing job. So here this guy's putting on a strong front, and it stops him for a while, but he doesn't have that many buddies. And again, like, I don't want to spend too much time on this. So yeah, these are multiple guys putting on a strong front, and the attackers kind of give up. They just run past them. No, this was genuinely one of the coolest things that ever happened. You have to check this out. And there's like a real revolution going on in our understanding of ancient Greek warfare. Okay, so let's actually go back to the subject of today's stream, which is Master and Command. So I'm going to list up... So I would love to play the Cossacks, by the way, but I haven't unlocked them. I would have to beat the Russian campaign first. Should this be posted in the server? Yeah, sure, go for it. Oh, do you mean the stream? The stream is already posted in the server, drug dealer. At least it should be. Let me know if I missed it. I'm going to set up a poll for the countries I saw recommended. So I saw France. I saw Sweden. I saw the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And I saw the HRE. Please cast your votes. So to let you guys know what the different play styles are, France is very aggressive, very cavalry. Their infantry sucks. The HRE can do nearly anything, but they have very unusual campaign stuff. Like, they play differently outside of battle. Sweden is kind of backwards. They're very melee infantry oriented, and you have to reform them. I actually haven't played Sweden before, so if you vote for that, we're gonna have some problems. And Poland-Lithuania, I'm very experienced with. I would love to do the Magnate Militia. That seems like a really interesting formation. And it looks like Poland-Lithuania is pulling out ahead. I'd also be down to play the HRE. I also want to do, like, honestly, the Auxiliary Corps and the Saxon Army both sound awesome. My personal votes are Poland-Lithuania and HRE. Let's see what you guys want. It looks like our boy Poland is pulling ahead. Oh, Hero Toffa retweeted the stream. That was nice of him. How many people clicked the link? We got 2 link clicks, which is actually really good. Sorry, I'm looking at my other screen here. All right, there are 18 votes. It looks like Poland, Lithuania, and the HRE are the closest. Is this before or after the Great Northern War? This is after the Great Northern War. I think this is like 20 or 30 years later. When did the Great Northern War happen? Oh, the Great Northern War was 1700. No, this is 70 years after the Great Northern War. Actually, one of the themes of Sweden in this game is that their army is kind of backwards because it hasn't really been reformed since the Great Northern War. And a lot of the campaign is about reforming the Swedish military using this, like, bespoke currency. All right, it looks like it's tied between Sweden and Poland-Lithuania. In that case, I am going to exercise my streamer's, this isn't a veto, but my Stream Master's tie-breaking vote and say Magnate Militia, Poland. So we have the Liberum veto, which means we have to deal with the Polish-Lithuanian Sem. So there's a lot of politics going on there. And also, we have a special rule. So there's 3 different types of armies. Our special rule is that our foray stance, which is basically looting, it's way more effective for us. But also, we are restricted to a really limited stream of units called retainers. And you actually start with nothing but retainer units. The retainer units are good. They're just very limited. And we also have some interesting starting stuff here. Oh, we have a brown bear mascot. That's cool. All right, and we are going to be playing on the slightly higher than average difficulty. And everything else is going to be left where it is. You've also been researching about ancient China, which is an awesome time period, especially the Eastern Zheng in China, spring and autumn in the Warring States. Yeah, no, that's a really interesting time period. I actually read some of the classics of Chinese literature. I read The Journey to the West, and I also read Water Margin, and I got part of the way through the Three Kingdoms, but I had to stop for unrelated reasons. I gotta finish that. Is that army like an unholy cross between a feudal levy and a PMC? Yeah, no, that's almost exactly it. Okay, so we have a couple options here. We can protect Lesser Poland, we can protect Black Ruthenia, or we can protect Lithuania. And let's see what the rewards are. So, for the record, I really love this game, but I noticed a slight balance issue, and it's that Grenadiers are, like, by far the strongest units in this game. There is never a scenario I see where a Grenadier would lose to another unit type. If a Grenadier is fighting artillery, it's just going to charge them and win. If a Grenadier is fighting... Can I look in the supporter chat real quick? Yeah, sure. Give me one sec. Okay, drug dealer, that's really funny, but I'm not posting that on the stream. That is not going anywhere near the stream. As I was saying, Grenadiers are like the best unit in this game because if they encounter artillery, they're just going to kill them. If they encounter line infantry, which is better than the Grenadiers at shooting, they're going to fire one volley at the line infantry and they're going to charge and just kill them. And if they encounter cavalry, they're just going to charge and kill them. There's like no scenario where you don't want Grenadiers in this game. And I think the issue here, you just wanted me to see this. I'm glad I'm in your thoughts. And the problem with that is like, how do I put it? The way this should probably work is that if you ever charge an enemy head on, you lose unless you have a really big disadvantage. But the game isn't programmed like that. If you charge, it's pretty much an even fight. So of course the dedicated melee infantry is always going to win. So it's a slight exploitable factor. There are some really good options here. I don't really like these musketeers, but I really like Familia faction support. The nice thing about the first match is that you can just re-roll until you like what you get. So what I'd really like... Okay, so Saxon Regulations is actually really good, but you don't want it early because of the reform cost. The reform cost is brutal. What I would like very much is either heavy cavalry or heavy infantry with the SEM support bonus. But there's also other good options. Hold on, the enemy's banners are different depending on the type of army they have. I don't fully understand what the question is. The Chinese were justified saying they were center of the world considering the culture dominance for the Qing dynasty. Yeah, no, that's very valid. Like, it was... Europe actually was about equivalent in terms of wealth compared to China, but their supremacy really didn't begin until like the 1700s, 1800s. Before then, China really was the center of the world. They should not be beating Cav on the charge. Exactly. And like another issue is that the game doesn't simulate organization. So your Grenadiers can just charge after charge after charge with no real reorganization time. They get exhausted, but that's a little different. And like, they'll just keep winning. I want that Shem bonus. And again, you can only do this on the first match because to re-roll is free. So there's no real reason not to just keep re-rolling until you get what you want. I'd also be happy to go for a different one. It just has to be good. That's actually pretty good, Blitz. And what does it come with? Private cavalry? Yeah, no, this works. Okay, we're protecting Lesser Poland. Let's go. Don't you think that bracing is kind of an organization in itself? Again, I don't fully understand. Oh, am I saying Sem wrong? Gem? How do you pronounce it? Is it like Gem, like a good post on Twitter? All right, let's take a look at our commander. He is merciless, and he is bureaucratic. That's actually pretty good to start with. Okay, so the Magnate Musketeers will benefit from the bear because he gives them... Actually, the bear mascot's really good. I like this formation. I like it a lot. Okay, the foreign musician is going with the... Oh, he's infantry only. Okay, it's going with the Grenadiers. We also have skirmishers. Actually, the bear might go better with the skirmishers. Yes, light infantry. The mead rations is definitely going to the Grenadiers. Or actually the cavalry, I guess. The Grenadiers are full and I don't want to spend the money to increase them. Okay, morale and stamina. That is going to the cav as well. And this does reload and stamina. It's going to these guys. Also, our skirmishers have really bad starting weapons. Is this game any good? I absolutely adore it. I think it's excellent. Physical removal enthusiast, welcome to the stream. It's pronounced Sayem. Okay, that sounds easy. Don't think the Poland is not yet lost, indeed. From what I understand, bracing a unit's affecting this... So the units can brace, it's true, but the Grenadiers just win anyway. The bear mascot might be in honor of Wojtek? Yeah, definitely. All right, war is upon us. It's the starting message, and we have to secure 4 encampments, and we need to secure 5 convoys. By the way, an interesting detail is that you get the bonus as soon as you finish the side objective. It's not after the mission is over, so you want to get these as quickly as possible, especially if it comes with a unit. So we have a supply cache right here. And as Poland, I find that most often what I need is reservists, especially since I do a really aggressive melee strategy. So you're always needing more reservists. And there's a little enemy army here. Oh, they outnumber us by a lot. But it's all recruits who suck, so you're just going to win. There is also a Bober mascot. What's a Bober? Oh my god, I've been completely ignoring my supporters. Okay, after this battle, we are going to name the regiments after you guys. Actually, this is my first time using light infantry in this game. I'm surprised how good the morale is. Okay, this battlefield kind of sucks. I want to cross the river as quickly as possible. And actually, the best way to cross the river might be here and onto this hill. Yeah, and let's just get the guys over the hill as quickly as possible. That's a pretty large unit of light infantry, I know. They are slow, though. Fire damage, move speed, fire received. Yeah, I'm going to put these guys in the wood. I imagine it doesn't matter how wide the formation is for them. And these guys I'm going to widen out a ton. I'm going to order my guys to run. Something that's very important in this game, which I really like, is that units get exhausted really fast if you're not careful. And that's a detail that's just really cool. Alright, you guys can stop. I need you to start firing. Alright, I'm just going to let my cavalry do the work. The Grenadiers, I'm just going to have charge as soon as they fire. Oh, okay. Yeah, we pretty much annihilated them. All right. And I'm going to have my Grenadiers charge their cavalry, and these guys need to run. Like, get out of there. And I'm going to rotate my remaining forces to handle their last unit of skirmishers. I'm also going to send my general to, like, run down their infantry so it doesn't come back. So yeah, after these Grenadiers get one more shot off, I'm going to have them charge, and then this battle is over. Oh, they didn't have to charge. Okay, sick. Poland, famed for internal disunity during the Commonwealth, has good morale. It's honestly a bit funny. I don't think the morale is that unrealistic, because the disunity is represented by the Sejm. What war is that supposed to be with you fighting Freikorps and all that? This is the 7 Years' War. So these aren't like the modern German Freikorps from the Weimar period. These are like the militias that Prussia raised. And early on, I think what you really need is the money. Okay, so if you are an active supporter, please tell me what unit you want named after you and what name you want it to have. The call goes out now. If you want a unit named after you and you're not currently a supporter, contributing literally any amount of money to the stream works, or you become a supporter on callmeezekiel.store, which is hugely appreciated. All the money we raise goes towards making videos. These videos are not cheap. Or you can become a channel member by clicking the link, or not the link, the button directly below the stream. Panacea Regiment for anything cavalry. Sure thing. I'm going to name it the Panacea Cavalry Regiment, if that's all right with you. Name any unit stoked tax evaders. I feel like that really works for the light infantry. Stoked tax evaders. All right, I know at least one other person here was wanting a unit named after them. All right, I will give you the Musketeers. Very nice. The tax is enemy cavalry. All right, and just so you guys know, the Grenadiers are still available to name. If you'd like it named after you, become a supporter on callmeezekiel.store or a channel member, or just contribute any amount of money or a super chat onto the stream. So with that, we shall continue. Ooh, popular support. That's nice. I just wish we had more money to take advantage. All right, so interesting detail. Poland has a really, really wide unit variety, and we don't get access to any of it. We are restricted. Well, not restricted. It's possible to get other units just really well. They're just really rare to the Magnate line. So we have And the Magnate line is good. It's just restricted. So there is Hadchuk Oh, we actually start as skirmishers. That's interesting. Which becomes militia, which is like sort of the normal unit. There's also a sort of cheap version of heavy infantry here. How does it compare to the grenadiers, actually? Oh, interesting. The Polish Janissaries are not bad. They're just better on the charge than in melee. And there's also Hungarian infantry if you want good light infantry. So what are these guys? These are like the starting skirmishers, and I'll probably turn them into Hungarian infantry so they stay light, because I think it's a pretty cool formation. Alright, so with that in mind, let's see what units we can recruit. Either a lot of skirmishers or one unit of Magnate Militia is available. So a big thing to understand as Poland is that the war trophies you get, you don't want to sell them. What you usually want to do is present them as war trophies. But you need to do the math before doing it. So the way this works is that the trophy gives you 5% per item tier. And that is important because you need to make sure that it's not more efficient to sell it and give them money, because you can get 5% support for 100 thalers. So if there is a tier 1 war trophy that would give you 5% support, but you can sell it for 125, it will be better to sell it and then bribe the SEM with it. So this is good quality, which I believe is tier 2. So we can sell it for 125, which would only give us 5% support plus 25 money left over. But if we give it to the SAM right away, it'll give us 10% support. So that's what we're going to do. And the other thing to watch for is that the game will automatically give things away from left to right. You don't get a choice. So make sure that like this is the leftmost thing when you give it to them. So we're going to present war trophies, and that's it. So we want to open the 2nd Brigade as quickly as possible. Expand the infantry would also be really good to get. And the other thing you want to watch out for is there's something called Create SAM Faction, which makes all the upgrades cheaper. So you want to get that as soon as you can. And actually, it's impossible to get, I think, the 4th and 5th Brigades without expanding the faction, because it'll cost 105% support, which is obviously impossible to get. Poland is OP as long as you use the SAM for everything possible. Great to see this game have streamers. Yeah, no, I love playing this game. Like, the Armchair Historian did an excellent job here. Okay, I really don't like this breastplate. Anything that reduces cavalry stamina, I think is awful. Because cavalry just gets exhausted so fast. The main thing we're missing is artillery. That's funny. Concern yourself with reach and resolve in equal measure. French units guided by lessons fire from great distances and meet close attacks with firmer. That is a weird combination. I guess it kind of makes sense for grenadiers, but I don't know. I think everything else we're just selling. And we could afford a unit, but we won't be able to use it because we don't have enough brigades. And if we bribe the SAM, we won't be able to afford the unit anyway. So yeah, we're just going to move past this town. And something important we have to do is burn every town to the ground. So was Poland still using heavy cavalry? Every country was using heavy cavalry. Like, cuirassiers were very common. Some nations' hussars were considered heavy infantry. Cavalry. Dragoons are sort of like medium heavy cavalry. So, as Poland, Foray is really, really powerful because in addition to the usual pillage bonuses, it also gives you SAM support. And as Magnate, as private armies, we get twice the SAM influence. So we're going to burn this town to the ground, and we're going to get a ton of SAM influence for it. Look at that. 2 per tick. I actually think this alone will be enough to expand the war. Yeah, there it is. We can expand the war. There we go. And let's see here. Ooh, we actually have some good options. I love these expand formation options. Those are really good. All right, and we finished burning this town to the ground. Lancers are my favorite because light infantry with lances is aesthetically cool. I don't think you can give lances to your infantry in this game. I'll admit, this game looks fun. Do you plan on using a decoy strategy at some point in the game, or is that a bad war tactic? This game has no fog of war, so decoys don't really work. The enemy kind of always knows where you are. Okay, so we need to secure 4 encampments to get the cavalry, and we need to secure 5 convoys for the doctrine. And we are actually surrounded by those things. So let's start going to all of them. I guess what makes the most sense is to, like, swing around the south and then go north. I think that's the way to go here. And we're going to force march. Oh, we probably should have gone after that army. All right, cool. That's one convoy down, and here's an encampment. Hello, Mr. Ezekiel. Hello to you, Cricket's Thoughts. Oh, I don't want to buy his right. Actually, the treatises are probably worth more than the thalers. That happens a lot where you can, like, spend money at events. And yeah, we'll be able to sell these for more than we paid. So yeah, that's a profitable trade. When you're force marching, be sure to switch to the march stance every once in a while. So that way you can see what's around you. So yeah, are any of these good? Oh, the Wilhelm the First one is very good. Morale is so important in this game. Cover effectiveness also is not bad. All right, are there any units? Oh, those Polish dragoons are so expensive. Oh, and this isn't a militia unit. This is a mainline unit. Actually, the mainline units are better, though. What is this? This is 20, 35, 55. And the militia is what? 30, 50. Yeah, I think the militia units are genuinely better. You just unsubscribed, you traitor, you monster. I'll never forgive you. You're cannon fodder now. Random fact, Janissaries, from what I know, were Christian children taken from their families that were made Muslims and became part of the Ottoman military. That is accurate. I bet the Polish Janissaries are referring to something. I guess like Ottoman soldiers who defected to the Commonwealth. All right, so is there anything we want from this town, or are we just burning it to the ground? I think we're just burning it to the ground. And we're doing it for the Sejm support. I'd do anything for the Sejm, even commit atrocities against civilians, which even at this time was considered a war crime. All right, anything I want here? Ah, the infantry is extra cheap here, so if we want to recruit, this is not a bad place to do it. Especially if they're like a higher grade infantry, like the Hungarians. I don't know, I feel like I just want the basic infantry. Just more forces for our army. Let's sell some stuff. Let's hire a unit of skirmishers. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I've never played this game. Is it like Fire and Maneuver? Fire and Maneuver was turn-based, as I understand it, and this game is fully real-time. It's way more like Total War. Good place to recruit unless we sack the place, that is. That's why we recruit, and then we sack the town. You have to do PEMDAS. You have to do the correct order of operations. Oop, that is a battle. Whoa, that army is way bigger than ours. But it's all trash. You know, I think this is very winnable for us. Yeah, I think we can win this. I'm going to take a save. But it's kind of a garbage army. The only thing we need to worry about is their cavalry. Lock in. Yeah, I'm super locked in. Remember, every town we burn is full of unsubscribed quote-unquote people. Hi, Ezekiel. What did I miss? You didn't miss too much. The stream is just starting. We are playing as the Poland-Lithuanian Magnate Militia Army. By the way, the Polish Janissaries can outcharge and outmelee almost all heavy cavalry when equipped properly. I believe that. Oh, this is a really good field for us. Because this town is going to be super duper defensible. Is there a better position somewhere? This town is also... There's a lot of good defensible positions. What I specifically want is something that's going to blunt their cavalry. And you know what I like? I like this side of the river. Because if they try to charge us, they're going to get slowed down. And we're going to have this fence for cover. So I'm going to move my whole army down here. And we're going to cross the river as quickly as possible. And I'm putting my infantry as far to the left as possible. All right, guys. Run, run, run. Tippy top speed. Wow, I just finished the Polish Cav army, 3 brigades, nothing but Cav. Yeah, I think melee infantry is too powerful in this game. Why are Polish militia 700 palers? The Prussians have militia and they're 350 bucks. Because the Polish militia are not their rank 1 unit. The Polish militia is rank 2. It's more comparable to the regular Prussian infantry than any kind of skirmisher. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the skirmishers a little more on the left. The Grenadiers are going to anchor our right, and these guys are going to be in the middle probably. Something like that. We also have to see what angle they come in from. We might have to reposition the whole army further to the right, which seems like is going to be the case. Okay, so in that case, I'm going to put these guys here. These guys here. Grenadiers and... Okay. Let's try that. They just... I don't think the river's going to stop them, but it slows them down. And slowing them down is what really matters here. Actually, you know what? These guys can go here, and the Grenadiers are going to guard our light infantry, boys. Good day, Just Guy 12347. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this feels a lot better. The number one thing we got to watch out for is their cavalry. Their cavalry could really hurt us if we're not careful. And usually I just send my cavalry after them and like charge their crappy infantry, but their cavalry will countercharge if we try that. So we have to be really careful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to focus fire on one unit at a time, because the Russian serfs, they have pretty good morale, but they will break if we put enough pressure on them. Also, these guys are not considered behind cover. I got to move them a little. There they go. Now they're behind cover. We will win the shooting war if the enemy lets us. So if their cavalry doesn't charge, we'll win this. Also, a lot of their units are exhausted. Yeah, their right two units are already tired. You know what I might do? Okay, we'll finish off this unit since we're mostly done, but this unit is really vulnerable and far from the cav. That AI advance just looks like the AI advance into Poland. Yeah, no, the AI is not amazing in this game, but in strategy games, it's often intentional because it feels good to outwit overwhelming forces. It's often intentional design. Ezekiel, my goat, the second I turned on the stream, I got dragged to the butcher shop. That's what you get for being unsubscribed, my guy. Now you have to be cannon fodder. Yep, those serfs are about to break. Russian commanders weren't that good either. It often varied. There were some good Russian commanders during this war, I believe. All right, we're going to refocus our fire on this unit of serfs here. And what's their doctrine? Oh, their doctrine is cover effectiveness, and they're receiving bonus fire damage. And so since they're not in cover, this could not be better for us. So something we gotta watch out for. Their units can come back. There we go. That's another unit breaking. Yeah, this is good. We took up a really strong defensive position. We had our cavalry ready and in place to counter a charge if it became necessary. And once we break their infantry line, we'll be able to beat up their Cossacks. Our grenadiers are out of ammo, though. Okay, so I'm going to have these guys beef up a little. And they'll be ready to countercharge at any time. Russian commanders were always the best, at least according to the entirely accurate, unbiased book, War and Peace. During the Napoleonic Wars, the Russian commanders were not bad. They had some really good battles under their belt. The enemy's morale is getting lower because so many of their forces are retreating. You're surprised the cavalry hasn't charged yet? I know, that's the only reason we're still alive right now. Oh, this unit's out of ammo. How are these guys doing for ammo? Does it say anywhere? No, it does not. I'm going to send Panacea's cavalry into skirmish because they do have guns. Yeah, we're running out of ammo here. But I'm okay with that. I wonder if I can just flank them. Crossing the river is probably a bad idea, but we'll see what happens. Okay, yes, now their cavalry is charging. I'm going to pull these guys back. Oh, yeah, here they come. Luckily, the Cossack cavalry is not nearly as good in a melee as ours, so our infantry just has to hold on. Okay, good. That one broke. Now these guys need to charge here. Yeah, we got him. I think we won. Yep, that's a dub, boys. A dub is a dub is a dub. And they're exhausted, so they're going to suck in the melee. And that is a victory. All right, that was a tough battle, but we got it. I hate that Creative Assembly won't do Empire/Napoleon II or Victoria Total War. We do have Fall of the Samurai for Victoria, but honestly, I think that before the end of next decade is quite possible. They're returning to their historical roots with Medieval 2. They're talking very proudly about like revisiting their design philosophy and stuff like that. Yeah, we did take a lot of casualties here today, so we need the conscription. All right, and there is a battlefield. We're probably not going to be able to do the event. Oh! Sick. And those are Commonwealth recruits. Okay. Let's head into the town. They have artillery here. And we do need some. There it is. Magnate artillery or Polish battalion artillery. Well, we can't really afford the battalion artillery, can we? I do want to compare, though. They are 15 and 30 versus 30 and 30. Yeah, the Magnate is just straight up better. And I think we will have enough money for this. So yeah, the sale value of this is 30, so it's way better to hand it over to the Sam. Alright, now what can we sell? What bayonets do our grenadiers have? Yeah, the problem is that we don't really have that much loot. Oh, we still can't afford it. We need 15 more. I can take something away from one of our units and sell it. What's, like, not important? We're not selling the bear. Actually, the bear doesn't sell for anything either. I guess no one wants it. Funny how the Sam is impressed by a bunch of worn uniforms. It's not that the uniform is worn. It's that it was taken from a battle. It's what it means. I guess the medicinal herbs. There we go. And now we have artillery. And the iron 6-pound guns aren't awful. Okay, sick. Let's burn this town to the ground. I like how we recruit people into the army, and their first order is to, like, murder the townsfolk that they, you know, came from. We do have to watch our manpower, though. All of the looting hurts the manpower real bad. Okay, the outpost usually needs your manpower. Oh, sick. Okay. So yeah, I'd like to have more time, so let's delay the enemy HQ. And now let's swing north just like we planned. Ooh, we're running out of food, though. We gotta slow our force down. Get the bone saw, boys! Hey, we got him. All right, let's see how this commander is. And by the way, if the commander is no good, we can send it to the Sam. Oh, this is a great melee commander. Just make sure the melee units are in his block. I don't want to reduce the reload on my cannons, though. There aren't really any good options here, are there? I guess this, because the recruits are, you know, not a good unit. Alright, let's buy some supplies from this town. And we can't really afford units, so... Oh, we can sell stuff. Okay, and burn the town to the ground. as is tradition. Oh, there's an enemy army. Okay. So this is a more serious Russian army, but I'm confident we can beat it. Wouldn't you want the officer of the 1st Regiment in an infantry regiment so they can aid the others and not in a cannon regiment? Either I'm missing something or you are, and chances are it's me. I must say, I will be autistic and form purely infantry, cavalry, and artillery brigades. That's actually partially rewarded because you want to put the units under the command of an officer who will benefit them. So that is actually rewarded gameplay. Okay, so where can we position our forces? I want to deny them cover. Honestly, I feel like just this hilltop is enough for a proper defense. So yeah, here's our artillery. Let's make sure it's all the way on the right. All right, sick. Let's slow down. Artillery, I want you here. You guys, I want you like this. I want you directly behind. And I'll have these guys like shoring up my flank. Cavalry go here. And the Grenadiers I'll place here for now, and we'll decide a more specific place for them in a moment. The Russians are coming for us. That hill is begging for your artillery. I can hear it, exactly. Actually, do these guys have grape shot? No, they don't. If they had grape shot, I'd want them closer to the front. So an interesting thing about grape shot is that it can't fire over your formations. So while it's way more powerful, you need to like expose your artillery very dangerously. Hippity hoppity, that hill is now your property. Precisely. So yeah, I think the Grenadiers are actually pretty good in this spot. What I'll do is I'll have these guys a little more to the left in like a stretched formation, and the Grenadiers will sort of be defensively placed. Yeah, this works. The Grenadiers are even technically in cover. Actually, if I do this, they will be considered more in cover. No, that doesn't really help. And I want them in a sort of thicker formation. Listen, if they just want to stand there taking shots, they can do that. How is soundtracked and why is it not the same as Waterloo 1970? I actually really like the soundtrack to this game because it's real Baroque music, which is appropriate to the period. All right, here we go. Their left flank is actually where I'm going to have us focus our fire. Yeah, look at that. That unit's going to break really soon. Oh, the stoked tax evaders are not in a good spot. There they go. I see their cavalry getting cheeky. Yep, they broke. All right, these guys have to advance a little bit, which I don't love because they're recruits. But, oh, I see their cavalry maneuvering a little bit. Oh, I did not realize there was a unit over there. Okay, these guys got a turnaround stat, and the Grenadiers are going to move up and guard the flank. Yeah, because I see their cavalry maneuvering. Their cavalry's getting some funny ideas. I'm just going to countercharge them. And the recruits I'll have move a little bit to the side because they suck in melee. Oh yeah, we got them. And actually, I'm just going to keep up the charge. How are we doing on the right? These guys are getting hurt real bad. I think we just have to reorient the whole line. I'm going to have these guys run to the enemy flank. Oh yeah, it's Jover for them. That unit's completely shattered. Alright, the Grenadiers are going to need to rest. So we're going to have them in the back of the line. And one of their infantry units is returning to the fight. I want our artillery... Yeah, good. It's chipping their cavalry down. Are these guys not shooting? I think it's because they're too close to the light infantry. Yeah, there they go. Oh, whoops. No, I did not want you guys to charge. You need a rest. I kind of want to charge this unit too, but my cavalry is tired. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna... Okay, these guys just need to back up. I think our Grenadiers win this fight. Oh yeah, they're definitely winning this fight. Yeah, and these guys are just going to rest a little bit and recover their morale. These recruits are not doing bad. Okay, I know these guys are tired, but they need to join this fight because my general is not going to be able to win this fight on his own. These guys need to rest. Ooh, our general is not doing so hot. I'm going to pull him back. I don't want him to retreat. Can you guys fire? Do you have an angle? There they go. All right, sick. And this battle is basically won. This unit wants a little more action, I see. And that's GG. All right, good fight. We got him. Poland is not yet lost. No, it is not. It reminds me a lot of Fire and Maneuvers music. Indeed. Does the martial difficulty increase an officer's chance of dying? I think it does. They broke with zero pressure. Charge of the Union Brigade foreshadowing. I love the 18th century. Feudal levies and mercenary armies right beside the first proper state-funded corps. I think the 17th century is a little late for the feudal levies. Those were already going out by like the 17th century. It was more like everybody's a mercenary at this stage, and you have the first professional militaries rising up. Oh wow, we have a huge amount of Sayem influence. Yeah, from that battle alone, we got 20. I think we go for the veterancy. Do you plan anything for Suvorov? I don't understand the question. Do unsubscribed secondary accounts count? Yes, they do. You should in no way, shape, or form ever be unsubscribed. Get on your secondary and subscribe right now, or we're going to fire you directly out of our cannon regiment. Quick reminder, by the way, guys, if you want a unit named after you, you just need to support the channel on callmeezekiel.store or becoming a channel member or even just super chatting this stream. You pick the unit as long as it's already not claimed by somebody else. All right, let's see what we can get here. Oh, this one's just good. Sick. No downsides. And let's finish burning this town to the ground. Our Sayem power is almost absolute. Actually, we have a war trophy. So this is a good case of a war trophy you don't want to give to the Sayem because you can just sell it and bribe them and get the same amount of support and also have money left over. You know, we don't need to open the 3rd Brigade yet, so I can, like, go for one of these if I want. Do we want to expand the artillery? Oh, you're asking about content on the channel? No plans currently. Also, if you get the option, fire by rank is overpowered. Yeah, no, fire by rank is really good in this game. Actually, but giving this to the Sayem will give us 100%. What am I going to do? So this is important because we're looting, and we don't want any Sayem power to overflow since he can't go over 100. So I'm going to present the war trophy, which gets us to 100, and then I'm going to ratify the reform. And here, build political faction is something we really need to go for now. Oh, I love increasing the general's unit size. I think it's so funny to have like a massive bodyguard running around. Anyway, yeah, let's finish looting this place. Poland is not yet lost except for those towns we sacked. Yeah, no, technically this battle is happening in Poland, so we're just sacking our own villages. For, like, no reason. Just because we're jerks. Alright, we are running out of time, and we do really need to grow our army. That is unfortunate. God, it's raining, and we're in the middle of a woods. We're going to move at, like, 1 mile per hour. Here we go. Ooh, even if the officer is bad, you can always send him to the SAM. Intimidating. Stubborn, and steadfast. That's actually pretty good for our grenadiers. And I guess we'll turn the recruits into grenadiers soon. Lord Braniki, are we the baddies? You may be. We need to do 2 more encampments. I'm not going to bother with the one on the top left. Was that an army just now? You know what? I don't even care. Ooh, that was nice. Sick. We can give this unit better equipment. Actually, our skirmishers have horrible weapons. We need to improve our equipment very soon. There is a town and there is a battlefield. Alright, we really need more units. But I don't think we can afford any. We can afford skirmishers, but like we don't need more of those. What we need is Magnate Militia for the line. Let's check out that battlefield real quick. Oh, that sucks. Alright, and let's kill this army since it thinks it's weaker than us. God, you know, for battles like this, I wish there was an auto-resolve, because this is just going to be a one-sided slaughter. Our Lord Ezekiel is in the right, and the Geneva Conventions are in the wrong. Listen, this is the year 1760. Why would we listen to any contract signed in Geneva? Switzerland's not even a real country yet. Alright, let's see here. I mean, I just want the most open field possible so we can charge them and kill them. So I guess you kind of get that here. And our artillery barely needs to advance. Alright, let's get all these guys up. Yeah, artillery doesn't even have to go on the hill. I just kind of want them there. First actual Prussian corps we find, and it's a militia unit. When Frederick the Great is sending his people, he is not sending his best. Oh, did these guys not on limber? Alright, and I'm just gonna have my grenadiers charge. Like, this isn't even a fight. We're just gonna sweep their whole line. No mercy. Yeah, half their army's dead, and our soldiers are barely even tired yet. And that's basically the battle done. Taking a few too many casualties there, but whatever. The cannon fodder to soften before the real fight. Exactly. The cap is still on this. Alright, there we go. Easy money, boys. Easy money. And now we actually have money for units. As well as some war trophies to give to the Sayum. Oh, that army is pursuing us. Okay. And that army's really big and scary. So let's, first off, we need to restore our units. Second, what is available here? Just the basic units. Okay, I don't really like the skirmishers, but that's going to be the only way we really fill out our ranks. Because again, there's a big scary army coming to kill us. So this would sell for 100. It's better to give this to the Sayum. It's better to give this to the Sayum. Let's do that. As for our skirmishers with their god-awful weapons. I think there's enough here to sell. Yes, okay, and then we get 2 units of skirmishers. Cool. And let's put them here, because this way they're released with infantry. And I guess like what? Okay. Round damage received, move speed, charge, cover effectiveness. Yeah, I guess this guy's better for infantry for now, because I really want the melee bonuses here. Alright, and then we just burn this town to the ground while that army comes to us. Actually, ooh, okay. You know what? Let's not burn this town. Let's go for this encampment, because that gives us a unit of heavy cavalry. There we go. We got the private cavalry, and we also got a drill master. Cool. So this, ooh, okay, this is a really good formation. I'm actually going to transfer all the best cavalry stuff to them. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm playing very clear favorites here. Alright, sick. And then we just have to secure some convoys, which are where? There's a lot on the far northeast side, so let's start heading in that direction. Actually, wasn't there an army pursuing us? Yeah, there it is. Come here. You want to fight? I'll give you a fight. So what is this? Russian musketeers, observation musketeers. This is very winnable. Ezekiel is reaching for his whip. Oh my god. It's because I saw an unsubscribed viewer in the battalion. We had to beat him to death. It's great if you can get that perk that immediately gives a unit bonus 3 veterancy from the get-go, because you can basically just get Magnate Militia for the price of Hatchcock Skirmisher. You know, that's a really good point. I did not put a high value on the recruit rank, but that's actually... Yeah, no, because that ends up becoming like thousands and thousands of thalers over the campaign. So I think we're going to have to find a good defensive position with good cover. This here is not bad. This is also pretty good. Also, our flank is sort of protected by the river. Actually, I like this. Yeah, this is good. So these are our skirmishers. What do we have for an actual line? We have these guys, okay. So I'm going to let the cavalry guard the artillery, so I'm going to use the grenadiers to shore up our left. The recruits will be in the middle, and this regiment on the right. Okay, sick. This works. Skirmishers will be like this. And then these guys one line behind. And I want these guys to back up a little. And I actually want the cavalry on the right. So they have open room to maneuver. Yeah, no, this basically works. There we go. Now we have good cover bonuses. Do I think there's any substance of great man history besides, say, Napoleon, or do you think it's relative dross? No lens is true. Some lenses are useful. I think there's a lot of validity to the idea. It's just incomplete. And its weakness is that I think it was Carlyle who made it, was insistent that it was the complete theory. That's like its main issue. Although one of my favorite things to do is to like use the phrase great men outside the context of great man history, because a lot of like academics get really triggered when they see the phrase and they start like ranting and raving and hyperventilating. I get a lot of fun out of doing that. So I'm going to have my artillery focus on their right, because I want to sweep their line from the right with our cavalry. And we do have better cavalry forces than theirs, I believe. Well, Todorov, I'm just glad you're being entertained right now. Actually, we don't even have to roll up their right. We can just charge their center. They have no support. Get them, boys. Get them. They sent their serfs in completely unsupported, so we can just kill them. Oop, looks like they're going for our artillery. Oh, whoa, our general got a little too excited there. Ooh, these have to back up, and the grenadiers are going to countercharge that cavalry. These guys are basically becoming human shields for the artillery. And that's essentially okay. Yeah, I know, we're winning this. We're really gonna win this. What is the AI doing? Listen, if it's gonna be this silly, I see no reason to stop it. And I'm going to have these guys run in front of this attack so they can't hit our... Or I guess they're engaging in melee. Okay, sick. I'm going to peel off some of these guys to fight over here. I actually don't know who's going to win this fight. I guess our guys. Yeah, our cavalry is quite exhausted, though, which is not good. I'm just going to have the recruits wheel right. I think our grenadiers are losing this fight. No, they're winning, just not by a lot. Okay, and I really don't want to do this with the cavalry, but we basically have no choice. They need to charge the flank. Oh god, I really don't want to do this, but the cavalry needs to have one more charge in them. Come on, guys, one more charge. That's all I need. They're really moving their cannons up. Actually, the Handjoke skirmishers are winning the melee, even without help. Okay, you guys can back up and rest. Yeah, I think we basically won this. These grenadiers, man, they gotta chill out, though. They need to rest. That's what they need to do. But they are moments away from getting charged by cavalry, so, you know. I guess the skirmishers can countercharge. I think they'll win. These grenadiers, however, I'm not feeling so good about them. Oh, yeah, no, these grenadiers are over. I don't want them broken. We're going to have to send in the cavalry in a sprint. I'm going to order our artillery to try to shoot into their cavalry. Oh my god, the grenadiers actually won that fight. That's wild. It was close, too. Alright, literally their last unit here is the artillery. Man, these grenadiers did not have a good time. But we did win. Trust the grenadiers. I know, grenadiers really are the best unit in the game. Like, it actually needs to be rebalanced. They're too good. Machiavelli called the best thing a man could have virtue. I love Machiavelli. I finished reading Discourses on Livy 1 or 2 months ago. Really one of the best books on political philosophy I've read. I really wish that fantasy had more guns outside Warhammer and Star Wars. Frodo Baggins with an arquebus would be great. Their units are running from the battlefield, a shame through display. Who wants to partition Poland after the stream? No, we are stopping the partition. Well, they are melee-oriented, so that makes sense. Was that Wilhelm OG grape shot? I'm not sure. Okay, so... I guess we'll keep going for the veterancy. We need to upgrade our units before the final battle. And how much does this war trophy sell for? We have 2. This goes to the Sam, and this also goes to the Sam. Alright, so we have to build political faction. We basically can't get anything else. And we were heading towards the top right for the convoys, if I recall. We also have to replenish our forces, and our boy on the left, who's going to be our cavalry commander. Ooh, I really like organized because it's good for the artillery. Let's get the troops moving. Ooh, a battlefield. We need manpower, though, and we need it bad. I also want to fight that entrenched enemy army. Okay, we're doing good on manpower now. What units can we buy? There's a lot of interesting options here. I'd love to get the Magnate Cavalry, but there's no way we're affording that. I'll tell you what. Our skirmishers need better guns, and they need them really, really bad. They don't have to be amazing. They just have to be all right. Ooh, the Stoked Tax Evaders. They get to be upgraded. I'm going to make these guys Hungarian infantry so they can stay as lights. So again, we don't have amazing muskets. They just have to be fine. Yeah, poor charge is totally fine. These are not melee units. I'll get this for the grenadiers. Okay, this is for you, and this is... And we actually have a spare unit, which I can give to another formation. Oh, so these are all just Liège muskets. Okay. And we can sell the worn muskets. And I guess we're burning the town to the ground, right? Yeah, we need the reforms. Or actually, before we do... get extra of these guys, because while we burn the town, I think we'll recover our forces. And then I want to fight this entrenched army. Oh, I don't know. They outnumber us 2-1. I love how half their army is just made out of annoyed nobles and peasants from other countries who just hate their government so much they'd commit treason. Actually, at this time, it was totally normal. Like, by the end of the 7 Years' War, there were, like, no Prussians left in the Prussian army. It was just a bunch of, like, criminals and vagabonds and people they literally kidnapped from their neighbors. You know what? Let's not fight the entrenched army. We need to go after the convoys and get other stuff done. And we can also build our political faction within the sand. Wait. Am I an idiot? Did I click the wrong button? Yeah, I did. I clicked the wrong button. Wow, okay. I mean, I'm okay with that one. I like increasing the strength of my general's unit. It's just that's unfortunate because now we can't get the 4th Brigade. You know what? That's fine. Let's just hit this button then. Free Commonwealth recruits. Very cool. I'll turn them into grenadiers later. And let's see what forces we can upgrade. The nation state wasn't even a thing. The state is usually just the king. Yeah, pretty much. If I recall, the Lithuanians, I think, make better grenadiers than the Poles. Yeah, the only advantage of the Poles have slightly better morale, but grenadiers, I find, like, they just win their fights. Oh, and these here Commonwealth recruits will also become grenadiers later. All right, cool. Let's keep marching. Oh, enemy army. Oh, terrible enemy force. Don't mind if I do. We're going to eat them all up. Using Ezekiel as gym music right now. Can't stop the grind. What day is it? Arm day? Leg day? I just did core day yesterday. And by the way, I heard a rumor that if you wear Call Me Ezekiel merch, you get an even better pump. All on callmeezekiel.store. No discount right now, though. When I release a video, there'll probably be a discount, so if you want to wait. All right, let's see here. What can we do? I mean, again, I kind of just want an open field so I can rush them. And we'll have more of that here on the left. And I will leave the cavalry behind here. Sorry, not the cavalry. The artillery behind here on this hill. Alongside the... Where is it? Polish supply train. There we go. Let's get our boys across the river. Didn't Louis the Sun King say that while I may die, the state lives on? Exactly. It's often very heavily mistranslated as I am the state, which is not at all what he said or meant. Actually, let's back up our soldiers a little bit so we're in range of the cannons. Oh, I left a unit behind. Alright, let's make the line actually serious now. These guys stay in their block, though, for the movement speed bonus. Oh, wait, their artillery is super exposed. Let's just go kill it. Nice. All right, let's get out of there before they're all shot to death. Is it random I wore that hoodie to the movies a week ago? No, not at all. I think it's a pretty sick hoodie. I'll say this. I think a lot of the merchandise created by some creators is like not really the stuff you'd want to wear in public. I feel like, not always, but some of the merch I produce, I think like you could wear in public. And instead of it being kind of weird, it's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Personally, I don't know if I wear the Warsaw Pact hoodie, but like the NATO hoodie's kind of interesting. You know, people know what NATO is. Some people have opinions on it. It's very thematic. Oh, these guys have no range. You know, after the next valley, I'm just going to charge with these here grenadiers. You know, I'm going to run them up to the enemy's faces and shoot in their face. Oh, they're getting a little cheeky with the flanks, aren't they? Yes, unload right into their faces and then charge. You know what? I'll even send my cavalry to help out a little. Yep, this battle was over before it begun, but now it's like super duper extra over. We're probably gonna take some extra casualties here, but I'm okay with that. And there we go. One of their units wants more. He sees his entire army retreating. He's like, you know what? We can take them. Let me at them. One more volley. There we go. As a half Egyptian, half Kashmiri, I love NATO bankrolling my country's dying economy. Yeah, I know. Egypt's going to have some problems soon. Unless you're referring to India. India's probably going to be fine. Actually, you're in Kashmir. Maybe you're in Pakistan. Honestly, dude, you could be in, like, a lot of different places. He's master of commanding it. One of the game's skills is literally called Master of Command. I don't think it's very good, though. It's alright. I think one of the worst parts of NATO is we give the French any time of day. It's a beautiful language, but Napoleon's been dead for 2 centuries. I love French bashing as much as the next American, but to be honest, they operate what's probably the last serious military outside of Eastern Europe. Like, the French actually do a lot of fighting still, and a lot of very serious stuff. Ooh, yeah, I never checked my melee cavalry's weapons. They're actually good as is. Alright, this town is actually really friendly. And it supposedly produces good... I like how the font is kind of messed up on the accented E. Alright, let's see what we can recruit here. Nothing I really want. Honestly, I'm not sure there's anything here that I want. Here we go. There's build political faction, which I could bribe our way into. Let's equip our forces. I've been neglecting that. These guys need alcohol, I think. You know, I don't actually like the grenades in this game. I never use them. And I think we can get rid of everything else. Alright, cool. Do we need manpower or anything? I don't think so. Let's burn this town to the ground. I love the concept of NATO, 32 nations all mutually agreeing to defend each other and working together and presenting a united front. I think a historical precedent for it would be the Delian League of Athens. The only difference is that unlike Athens, America never turned the alliance network into an informal empire. Like, it's just in its initial form. It kind of does it indirectly with, like, the US dollar and Federal Reserve inflationary policies, but, like, it's not really the same thing. Ooh. A free cavalry regiment? Ah, we didn't get it. Sometimes the gambling just doesn't work out. Alright, one more convoy for the Blitz Doctrine. There we go. Battle move speed and charge bonus. Alright, so their HQ is literally right there. I'd prefer to burn down a different town, but I guess that's the only option we really have here. Alright, so how big is this army? It's 17,000 men, which is a lot and very scary. So let's see what we can do to improve our forces. I want to start pushing our way towards more, what are they called? Grenadiers. So let's start moving in that direction. One thing I've been oh, I forgot I can't drill as Poland. Okay. As soon as we seize their alcohol, Ezekiel proceeds to seize a whole barrel of probably Zodka. The only reason it isn't an empire is that America is the nicest empire in history to its allies. That's one way of looking at it. I view the American empire as being a lot more ideologically subversive, though. Like, we take them over in these really indirect ways, where, like, European ideology starts to reflect a way more radical version of America's ideologies. It's a little too nuanced of a point that I can really make over this stream, but I hope I am making something understandable. So anyway, we really need to get units. The Lanawi Musketeers, I think that's like a unique unit. Yeah, they have like special stuff. Yeah, sure, I'll hire you guys. Welcome to the army. And that also adds a ton of troops to the force. Is there anything we can get out of the SAM that would help us in this fight? I don't think so. Alright, I guess we might as well just burn this town to the ground until that army starts moving after us. Or you know what? There's a very slim chance we're able to delay. I don't want to fight an enemy field army because then we won't be ready to fight their actual HQ. Ooh, a fort. Oh, that was unfortunate. Okay. Let's get here. Let's recover our forces. And I'm going to keep running from that army just so we can restore as much as possible. I'm also going to ignore this guy because I don't want to take unnecessary casualties. They're coming for us. They're chasing us. Oh, God, that really sucks. I don't want to take attrition. Luckily, it came out of our reservists. Okay. Oh, damn, they came for us. Okay, let's see what we're up against here. We have a pretty good army, but it's small. They have Jaegers, skirmishers. Yeah, we can take this. It's a very mixed force. We can take it. We pay them and we send them copies of Star Wars to make allies. That's one way to think of it, but I'm not just talking about culture. I'm also talking about like political attitudes and the beliefs of their political parties. Like, European political parties seem to resemble America's Democrats versus Republicans more and more over time. Okay, let's see here. For these like ultimate battles, I find that you just want to take really good defensive ground and bleed them out. And there's basically none here. I guess this area here with the hills and stuff and the rivers. And you kind of defend the flank this way. I don't love it though. This isn't bad ground with the hill and the woods. Not because the ground is good, but just because they don't have any cover, so you can beat them in a shoot-off. My top concern is their artillery. They have way more than us. So if they want to sit back and grind us into dust, they can just do that. Let's get all of our skirmishers together. Oh, we actually only have the 2 units of skirmishers. Okay, cool. Oh, 3 units. Let's think about this. Skirmishers in front. I'm going to use the grenadiers on our left to anchor the flank. Cavalry will focus on the right. And otherwise, just going to form a stable line. Like, I don't love this position we're in. I don't think it's good. The map just kind of sucks. And by the way, I think that each time you start a battle, it randomly generates the map. So if we wanted to really save scum this, we could just, like, keep regenerating until we get a map we like. But I don't want to do that. I want to win this legit. Yeah, I don't love this. All right, let's see what happens. The Russians are moving at the speed of sound. IMO comes down to America also having strong anti-colonial streak. Yeah, no, the anti-colonialism really messed up the British and French empires after World War II. Like, almost to the point where I feel like America was contravening its own interests. A powerful Britain and France might have been useful, and instead we just absolutely annihilated them. Like, I honestly think that there's a valid interpretation of the Cold War as not being as not being the Allies versus Russia. I think there's a very valid interpretation that it was the Soviet Union and America versus the empires, and then when they collapsed very quickly, America and the Soviet Union are kind of just fighting over the spoils. It's interesting how historically big government was a right-wing position before the welfare state. Hamilton was the most reactionary founder compared to Jefferson's left. Like, one of the things, though, is that, like, the old-style politics is so unrecognizable that right versus left barely means anything. Like, there were also a lot of cases where the left-wingers were the really radical militarists. Especially, like, in France, where the left sort of adopted Napoleon Bonaparte. And even as it regards the right, like, there's something to be said for the idea that the right at the time was about guarding noble privileges against the expanding state. Which is your, whereas, like, the left was about rationalizing the European systems and getting rid of these privileges and, like, just sort of, like, deposing the old irrational but traditional system in favor of a more intentionally created rational one. We all have a soft spot for La Petite Corporale. The Russian line is thinning. Brace for a fight to never forget. Yeah, I know. This is going to be so rough. On the upside, they have no melee infantry on our right flank, so our cavalry will be able to very quickly start sorting them out. They might unlimber their artillery and just force us to attack them, though. You know what? The AI is kind of dumb. If I attack them, they'll just close the gap, even if they don't really have to do that. I guess the one way we have an advantage here is in cavalry. Come to Ezekiel streams to see him play games, leave 10 times smarter. I'm glad I could help. If you go to the beginning of the stream, I gave a whole lecture on Victor Davis Hanson's Western Way of War and how it compares to Homer's Iliad and, like, the battles between the tribesmen of Papua New Guinea, which have been recorded. Yeah, sometimes the AI is kind of dumb and will let you just attack one of their flanks. I want to completely shatter this unit. There we go. Like, we just killed 2 of their units for free. And we're about to kill a 3rd. What's that meme? It sounds like you're not doing X, you're actually just feeding light infantry into the Polish cavalry. You know what? I'm going to send some of my forces to shoot them on the left. This happens sometimes where you can like fight just one of their flanks while you're outnumbered. Sometimes the AI is way too easy. Like, they really should be using their overwhelming numbers to attack me. And like, they're kind of doing that by using their artillery to thin my line. But they don't have that much artillery. Oh, oops, that's not what I want. I want these two here, and I want these guys to like... Yes. All right, feed me another unit. I'll take it. Yum, yum, delicious. All right, I am totally okay with what the AI is doing now. We just have to reorient our forces appropriately. Actually, our cavalry has guns. We should be shooting into their flank. Oh, it also looks like they're, what are they doing here? Yeah, we need to advance a little, because they're just shooting us for free right now. We're getting some good engagements, though. Actually, I'm just going to sneak a unit around and kill that artillery. I'm going to reposition these guys, though, because their cavalry might charge. Yep, there we go. So I'm going to move these guys back so they can rest. And I'm going to get ready to kill this unit of observation musketeers. Oh, that charge is not going very well for us. I might have to back... Yeah, we need to back off. This is working out pretty well for us, though. I think we'll win this. Man, the AI basically ruined the numerical... Yeah, exactly. Hey, listen, I'm playing on a high difficulty, so the AI is already getting a lot of cheats. I ain't complaining. I'm going to move my general closer to the line of scrimmage here because our units are about to break. The truth is they're just exhausted, but they are about to break. Let's charge here. And yeah, we can actually start getting really aggressive now. Oh, our artillery has been doing counter battery fire this whole time. I didn't even realize. Yeah, now that our general's nearby, our soldiers are feeling way better about the fight. No, I want you guys to form a line. There you go. All right. This is kind of a weird maneuver I'm doing here. It was not necessary, but whatever. Oh, there they go. They didn't even have to charge. Sick. Let's get these guys onto the next hill. I'll see their cavalry is maneuvering. You know, I think I can just straight up charge that middle unit. Ooh, my general did not like that. He did not like that at all. Oh, I didn't even realize we got charged. You know, the skirmishers are a lot better in melee than I expected. I'm going to assign these guys to warding off any of the returning units. It's funny, this is the only area where they put up a really tough fight. Everywhere else, they've been pretty easy to kill. Luckily, I think they basically just exhausted themselves. So yeah, I think we won this. Is that it? Who's still fighting? They have like one random unit up here that does not realize what time it is. They basically sent their best force to a diversion. Good work, honestly. Yeah, no, I guess you could interpret it that way. All right, there we go. Sick. And I think we built up a really good army in this first round of the game. Ooh, that's a lot of money. Very nice. That's a lot of SAM power. We'll have even more from all of these goods. And we can get a lot of veterancy from this. Do I want the money or do I want the veterancy? Oh, that's barely any money. I'm going for the veterancy. Look at all those promotions. Beautiful. So yeah, this unit's already maxed out on its promotions. This unit can't be upgraded at all. But here we go. I'll make these guys into musketeers so they can then become grenadiers. And the Magnate Militia, as I pointed out, grenadiers I think are the best unit in the game. Oh, he can only become artillery. Okay. Do I want more artillery? You know, I actually might. We'll worry about that later. Let's see what other units we can upgrade. All right, sick. Next act. Let's see what the options are. This is good. This is good. Ooh, Camp Powder Master. We don't shoot that much though. I'm gonna reroll. Morale recovery and replenish. I like duelist officers. That's pretty sick. Oh, Todorov, thank you so much for joining the stream. Hope I'll see you in another one. Okay, let's see what our options are here. I don't like any of these. You see, we can't just re-roll as much as we want because now it costs money. Ooh, this is really good, melee discipline. All right, I guess we are raiding Thuringia. You're gonna have to rearrange your Friday schedule so you can keep the Ezekiel grind going. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream so much. The plan is to stream every Friday around noontime Eastern Standard Time. I believe that is 5 p.m. UCT. And I also do unannounced streams when I feel like it. All right, so the main thing we need right now is manpower. There we go. And we also have a lot of officer traits to pick. None of these are good for cavalry. This, however, is excellent. Oh, these are both good. I think I'm going to have to go with Spartan because stamina is like the biggest issue with cavalry. You get exhausted too fast. I also don't like this. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, Zealous for the charge. I don't know, it's not charge that I want. It's the melee bonus. I think we're going with Noble. Alright, so now for the SAM, we have a lot of options here. Yeah, we have a lot of war trophies to present. And actually, oh, we have one more, captured uniforms. All right, sick, that is 100%, and we can build a SAM political faction to ratify. And we can go for the 4th Brigade. Is there anything else we want? We can focus on building the faction still. Honestly, we'll have to see how things go. Are there any units we want to recruit? Or actually, it doesn't really matter because we don't have the space. Oh, I would love to buy some Magnate Grenadiers. Do we have enough money? Just barely short. Let's see here. We need to get just a little more cash. Is there like a town nearby we can loot? we can loot that one. Okay, we're gonna get a recruit infantry regiment. Let's see here. I can give it the provisions. Those are just Commonwealth recruits, though. Okay, that kind of sucked. Whatever. Let's see what they have in this town. Nothing I want, so we can burn this one to the ground. Oh, we would have made more money if we sold the items here. Okay, that kind of sucks. I'm going to burn this to the ground in frustration. We also need to find convoys and settlements. Oh, raiding 4 settlements is one of the goals anyway. Okay, now let's march back to that town and buy the unit we wanted. And we'll also burn this town to the ground. Got a lot of random reserve units. And we are burning you to the ground too. Are they firing yet, Master? I don't understand the question. It took Paraguay until the 1980s to outlaw dueling. Till then, politicians were just going mano-a-mano. Okay, political opinion, dueling should be legal. It is complete BS that 2 consenting adults can't fight, like, in whatever manner they want. Like, if you want to restrict it, like, fine, no duels to the death. But, like, to first blood, that should absolutely be allowed. Because, like, I also think that without it, you get this culture where, like, everyone's talking smack all the time, but it can't ever get resolved in a meaningful way. But, like, if you know that constantly talking smack about someone is going to get you into a dangerous situation, I think it forces everyone to be more polite. Like, go onto Twitter. Like, people are, like, making insane accusations all the time. I think the situation should be resolved. It's like, you know what? Like, if you really dislike me this much, let's fight it out. Like, yo, duel with swords or whatever. It's cool. Because, like, the point isn't even the duel. The point is that, like, you know, whatever misbehavior you're engaging in, you at least believe in it so much that you are willing to undergo the risk of either fighting the duel itself or even being challenged to a duel. And, like, you know, if you study historical dueling culture, most of the fights were symbolic. Like, most pistol duels ended with what's called elopement, which is when you just fire the pistol into the air. Let's make consensual street fights legal, at least. I only object to the term street fight because, like, one of the points of dueling is that, like, if there's a party and 2 gentlemen get into a dispute, the whole point of the duel is so they don't fist fight right then and there and ruin the party for everyone. The whole point is they're going to do it at some later date when, like, this is proper and formal. And also, like, it kind of becomes the talk of the party. There was a, you know, Ridley Scott makes awful films now, but he made one of it's a real cult classic. It's a film literally called The Duelists, and its tagline is so good. It goes, fencing is a science, loving is a passion, dueling is an obsession. And it's just such an excellent film. I love it. It has a kick-ass poster. I really want to get it, like, framed and hung on my wall, excuse me. What are we fighting, by the way? I didn't actually check. It's a pretty shooty Prussian army. I guess the main thing is just denying them cover. So we can kind of set up, I don't want to let them into the town. There's really few good positions here. I guess, like, the far left, because they have to advance across this open field. Yeah, that's actually, like, the only good position on this battlefield. Let's make sure the artillery has the least distance to go. All right, let's get everyone over here. ASAP and move the cannons here. And I want to find the supply wagon. There it is. Ridley Scott is the epiphany of modern historical degeneracy. I think you mean epitome. Epiphany is another word. Honestly, university dueling would make for interesting stories. Exactly. Dueling was about the bravery and the dignity. Dueling was basically about facing the fear of fighting your rival. Death was an option a little bit, but it was mostly about who had the bigger pride. Like, when you're fighting a duel, it's not supposed to be to the death in most cultures. It's supposed to be to first blood. You're not trying to kill somebody. You're trying to restore honor. And more broadly, you're also trying to establish your reputation as somebody who people don't talk crap about behind his back. And again, like, it genuinely creates a more civilized society. You know, what's the saying? An armed society is a polite society. All right, Alright, this is kind of an awkward line we're forming, but I think it works. Where are my grenadiers? Oh, I don't like that my grenadiers are in the center. Okay, that's whatever. Oh, they want to let me kill their light infantry so easily. Don't mind if I do. Actually, my grenadiers being in the center is perfect. You guys are rotating, and you're rotating fast. Oh, yeah, their grenadiers are donezo. Ooh, whoa, whoa, something's going on the left here. They are charging into suicide, I suppose. John Thomas, welcome to the stream. Hello, right back to you. What's their doctrine, by the way? Carolean. Carolean, I think would be the better pronunciation. You know, I'm going to back these guys up. Things are getting a bit whack here. And whoa, I was not paying attention to my cavalry. They, they got themselves into a bit of a situation, I see. Man, my grenadiers, though, look at them go. They're like fighting the entire enemy army solo. All right, we have to start advancing with our whole line now. Oh, damn. Okay, they are behind our line. It's bad. Luckily, the Lithuanian musketeers are good at melee, so they're actually going to win this fight. Okay, good. You need to rotate, though. One of our units shattered. I think it's the Lithuanian musketeers. Also, we lost an officer, which is not good. Oh, the Panacea Cavalry Regiment is not doing so hot. All right, I'm going to pull these guys back. They're all pulling back. Yeah, even the Grenadiers are not doing so hot. They're going to stay behind to cover the retreat, but, like, they need a skedaddle out of here. The Lithuanians are holding, though. I think they're going to win just barely. Did they retreat or are they charging? Oh, there's like a whole thing going on here. Okay. I need to pull my skirmishers back. They're not doing so hot. Yeah, our right flank is kind of a disaster here. Now, the problem is my cavalry is so exhausted, there's like an upward limit to how much they can fight. Yeah, we're still winning this. We just took a lot of casualties we didn't have to. Oh god, we need to stop them from attacking our artillery. Ooh, I do not want to do this, but our cavalry's just gonna have to charge. Ooh, guys, turn around and fire. Turn around and fire. Anything to save the artillery. This battle is so dirty. We're winning, but it's so dirty. Okay, we won. There's just a little bit of one last enemy unit we have to deal with, and this is over. Okay, there we go. We definitely took more damage than we had to. Would I recommend this game? Yeah, I really like Master and Command. This game is sick. The Armchair Historian team did a great job. I shall not disappear. I have a fight of my own against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, who ironically hate me for burning a whole region. Good luck, Bavarian gal. I think our youth would act more virtuous if every smart... Oh, so I think smart mouth and disrap could end in a bloody duel. I don't know about letting kids do it, but, like, consenting adults, sure. You know, I like how there's no way to frame that sentence that sounds bad. I did a good job with the phrasing there. May the RNG God bestow benevolence on you after this battle. Thank you, Bavarian gal. Honestly, we need to make virtue a part of proper civic education. A republic without virtue is no republic. I'm gonna be real with you, man. I don't think American public schools have it in them to, like, teach virtue. Like, could you imagine the average public school teacher who, like, I think we all have experience with? These are, like, not the highest quality people, let's just say. Like, giving a lecture to some poor student, like, listen, little Timmy, that wasn't very virtuous of you. No, 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 no gold star for you. Could you imagine being taught virtue by that freak? Not gonna happen. Like, the kids would probably intentionally be as, like, poorly behaved as possible just to get away from it. Yeah, this is good. We took a lot of casualties there, so we're gonna go with conscript. I'm glad our grenadier unit wasn't completely destroyed. Sometimes you outright lose them, and that sucks. Alright, let's see here. I don't like any of these. Ooh, this is nice. We really need to open up the next brigade, though. Ooh, Burly and Orderly are both good. I think we're going to go with Orderly for the stamina. Although, yeah, because this is cavalry. I find that infantry stamina problems aren't usually serious. It's the cavalry who have problems. Got to mess around a little bit. Fix things up. Oh, that's really good. We also have these horseshoes here. Can we upgrade any units? Yes, but only to artillery. Again, we might actually want the more artillery. It's just about opening the brigade. You know, we can actually just bribe our way into opening the brigade right now. I don't want to do that yet. I want to burn one more village to the ground. Well, then university probably should at least. My college campus would do well if football scholarships either had military discipline or had to uphold noble and sportsman conduct. I'm not too familiar with college sports, but aren't they already a little bit like that? Like, aren't there certain sportsmanship regulations you have to follow? Like, military discipline you could get at a military university if you really wanted. I don't know, like, I feel like if you're looking, because you strike me as, like, more like, you know, conservative Catholic virtue ethics type, I think you actually can get that in a lot of places. I have one mouse that has a bad right click and one with a bad scroll wheel. Gotta change them from map to battle. Yeah, that's a problem. Alright, let's see here. We have a delightful fort for us to besiege. By the way, guys, you always want to have artillery in your armies, even if you don't want to use the artillery, because it makes the fort sieges so much easier. There we go, fort captured, and whenever you capture a fort, you get a doctrine. Ooh, yes, bonus melee. There we go. Offensive spirit. Okay, so before choosing where we go with this fork in the road. So settlements are everywhere. It's convoys we need to plan around. There's a lot of convoys far to the south, but I don't want to go that far off the beaten path. There's 3 here. And there's one way to the northeast. I guess we're going to have to go far south. All right, that's fine. We'll make it work. We'll just force march it. Okay, Markshool. Let's see what we can get here. Joke's on you, I'm not conservative Catholic. I'm conservative mainline Protestant. I don't really know what the difference is, but I'm not Catholic. I don't mean you were literally religiously Catholic. I more mean that, like, virtue is something that Catholic philosophers and theologians talk about a lot. And your conversation is just very much in that style. Ooh, I'd love to get some Magnate Cavalry. Let's see what we can sell here. I mean, we'll be able to get cavalry elsewhere. And infantry is discounted here. Nothing we can really afford. Okay, so I'm just gonna buy a whole bunch of this stuff here. And then we're burning this place to the ground. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, there's an army. Okay, before we fight this battle, I'm gonna take a really quick break for the restroom and to refill my water. I will be right back. Give me like, I don't know, 2 minutes. Yeah, no, I didn't mute the microphone. Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed the me yapping to myself a little. Let's fight this battle. First, I have to change the screen. Okay, now let's fight this battle. So what are we dealing with here? Oh, that's a lot of grenadiers. Okay, they have a really tough army. And you know what? I actually don't think we can fight this. I need to recover my forces. So yeah, let's go up and around and do some recovery work first. Once we're at full strength, we'll be good. There's more Magnate Grenadiers here. We have a bunch of units. They're just in reserve. What we need to do is open the last block. I think, let's try looting and see what happens. Because we'll still recover our forces, right? Yeah, we are recovered. I also missed that slum over to the left. Alright, sick. We have to raid one more settlement for the doctrine. And it will be winter shortly. That settlement will be easier to loot. God, there's magnate grenadiers everywhere. You know, I think we'll be able to... Alright, and literally 1 second of looting. And that gets us the same power we need. There we go. Okay, thank God. So let's turn this into cavalry. And I guess the artillery will go here as well, at least temporarily. Oh, God. The problem is that this is for melee infantry. Yeah, I don't think I can do fire by rank here. Alright, we're going to need to get a commander here. 1 and 2. Alright, let's finish burning this place to the ground. And let's go back to this town, get a commander, and fight that army. There we go. Okay, sick. Ooh, this guy has a lot of traits. So what is this going to be? I feel like... You know what, actually? I'm going to organize it this way. And I'm going to move this brigade in the direction of being for artillery. Because we can have some pretty good artillery if we want it. So who would be good at that? So this is great for artillery. Yeah, honestly, the guy all the way on the right. He's like the artillery guy. Oh yeah, and there was a regiment we could have upgraded that we were holding out on. Yeah, let's make it into artillery. There we go. So let's take a look at the chat. My goodness, the music is epic for a loading screen. As a pro debater, people try to insert their political beliefs, and I don't think they understand to not use subjective arguments if they want to do well, unless you're prepared to defend it. I mean, I'm more of like the sophist rhetorician school of thought, where like debates aren't really about proving you're right. That's more what like an independent logical argument is for. A debate is about convincing people that you're right, even if it's not logically sound. Sometimes like just humiliating the other guy is enough. Oh, let's get an actually good cannon. Actually, we could use 2 cannons. How does, like, the bronze 6-pounder compare to some other options? Yeah, I want to compare these. So yeah, the bronze 6-pounder is just straight up better. Just consumes a little more ammo. Alright, sorry this place, but you are burning to the ground. It's not personal. Listen to them scream. How silly. I've made another person cry in a debate round. I don't feel bad. That's brutal, man. You should do it again. Alright, so this is the only other convoy in the area, I think. And their HQ is all the way over here. So I feel like the convoy in the top left is actually going to be the last one we hit. Up, it's winter. Here we go. If you don't mind my asking, what was the subject of the debate that made the guy cry? And how did you do it? Oh, I was not paying attention. Okay. We can beat this army now. Actually, we have a way better force. Let's do this. All right, what can we do here? Oh, I'm very familiar with this battle. What I like to do is I like to just rush up to the town as fast as possible and like set up a defensive position and then just sort of skirmish them down. And I let my cavalry and lighter infantry handle the left. So let's position ourselves accordingly. And the artillery honestly can go wherever. I guess I'm just going to put it behind my line. I'm going to tell the infantry to rush, because I want them to get to these good positions as fast as possible. The enemy usually lets you do it because they're too focused on, like, keeping their line in order, that they just give up good ground for no reason. Gonna get my cavalry into the woods here. Yeah, see, like, this town is a really good spot. It's probably the best spot on the battlefield, and they just let you take it. I still need to remember to give my artillery grape shot. It was about minimum wage. Their argument was so poorly structured that it only took me a few seconds to destroy it. They apparently worked a long time on their argument. I'm nearly home, so I'll be able to sit through a bowl of Doritos and watch the rest of the stream. Doritos are good. Although, weren't you the guy who was working out? I mean, you do you, but I'd highly recommend getting some protein after lifting. You want to take full advantage of your metabolic windows. Do I think the Napoleonic Empire would have survived had he accepted Frankfurt? It's entirely possible. It's down to if Napoleon actually did keep to Frankfurt. It wasn't a bad deal. Red 40 has all the protein you need. This is like evil RFK Jr. Reverse RFK Jr. Yeah, we're winning the shooting war pretty handily here. Those aren't anti-cavalry traps, are they? Those are. Okay, my cavalry should not charge into that. I kind of just want to break through their center and kill their artillery. I like just randomly annihilating enemy formations. Like, you know what? You guys are going to have a bad day today now. Because I don't like you. Ooh, our skirmishers broke. That is unfortunate. You know what? I can't break through the enemy center. Or actually, maybe I can. You know what? I'm going to have my grenadiers rush up and get really aggressive. Okay, there we go. Let's kill all their artillery. All right, grenadiers, fire. Fire, guys. There you go. I want you to get into a nice tight formation and charge. Actually, our whole line has to really push up. general is quite tired, though. He needs to rest. You know, one thing the targeting AI needs to do is that if it's blocked from shooting the enemy, it needs to know to switch its targets. Because right now, it'll just not shoot. And I don't think there's very many scenarios where a player would want them to do that. Ooh, this charge's not going so hot. I'm pulling back. Alright, the Grenadiers need to rest, and these guys should be getting into a better position. These guys have ammo? Oh yeah, they are. Well, these are Grenadiers. They can just charge. Yep, and this battle is over. Just one last delusional enemy unit we need to cure of his misunderstanding. Oh wow, I did not know my cavalry was all the way up there. Okay. Bang. Alright, cool. Ugh, RFK Jr. I take it not a fan. What do you need of protesters and vegans blocking off roads and areas? Personally, I think they're not gaining anything except enemies. You know, I always thought that, like, if you have a political movement, the play should totally be to, like, pay the other side's most annoying protesters. Like, I remember when the Gaza war broke out after October 7th, and, like, there were all these Palestine protesters blocking the roads to New York City. I'm like, man, if the Israeli side is not funding this, they really need to. Because, like, that would, like, turn the entirety of New York City against the Palestinian cause so fast. Historical misconceptions, World War II. Welcome to the stream. See, I guess we have to conscript. We took a lot of casualties there. Did we lose a unit? In the 1st Brigade. Right. Altenburg. This had a unit I want to recruit, didn't it? Maybe I already got it. I don't like the Magnate troops. Their numbers are too low for my taste. No, that is true. Like, I'm not used to formations this small and it's hurting us. Although I'll say this, if the small troop size bothers you, you can work with the Sejm to increase the unit sizes. That's very much on the table. Let's think about what we're doing here. So again, there's something here I really want. I guess we're burning this town to the ground. And we need to intercept one more convoy, which, again, we want to do the one all the way on the top left. Yeah, and in the meantime, we're heading northeast. All right, sick. Let's hit that camp real quick. That's literally what Russia does. If I upgrade the infantry size, then their morale drops. Is that true? Yeah, it does. You're right. I did not pay attention to that. Oh, the furs are considered war trophies. I can give them to the Sejm. All right, sweet. Oh, Coburg. Alright, nothing here that we really want. We do need manpower. And we're also going to need a unit for our extra brigade. Ooh, this guy is an artillery specialist. Okay. This guy's great for artillery, actually. I'm going to go with him, and then this guy I'm actually going to send to the SAM as an embedded officer. Or actually, I could keep him. I don't like observant, though. Yeah, I'm going to send him to the SAM. And is there anyone else here I want? Oh, actually, this guy would have made a better artillery commander. All right, whatever. We can just go to open the brigade now, I think. There we go. That is the extra brigade, and we need a commander for it, but we are out of stuff. Okay, that is fine. Let's burn this. Actually, let's go to the herds real quick, and then we burn the town to the ground. Oh my god! Your Grace, scouts return with a strange report. A great moose has been wandering near our camp, untroubled by drums, horses, or shouting men. It is a towering beast ill-suited to obedience, yet impressive enough that the soldiers have begun treating it as some forest monarch. Keeping such an animal will be no simple matter, though. Its presence would surely become talk of the army. Shall we keep him? Hell yeah, we're keeping a moose. What does he do? Oh, that's great. Give him to the cavalry. Whoa, what is this? If they want to fight, we'll fight. It's a pretty tough army, but we can take them. Lithuania infantry's morale is also too low for my style. When I use them, they're just like light infantry. Okay, Crumb, you seem more experienced in this game than me. I want to ask you if you've had this same experience. I find that on a one-for-one basis, Grenadiers are the best unit in the game by far. If Grenadier is fighting any kind of ranged infantry, the optimal move is just to fire a volley and charge them and they'll win. If they're fighting cavalry, you can just charge them and they'll win. If you're fighting other Grenadiers, you know, it's like rock versus rock, you're not any worse off. And like, artillery's fine to have around, like sure, whatever, but why wouldn't I just have more Grenadiers? Is there like something I'm missing in the game, is what I'm getting at? I like this defensive area. There's even some, yeah, there's even some heights for my artillery. The army is moving. If they run out of stamina, they're cooked. It's true, but like, my Grenadiers never run out of stamina. Like, they're always fine. And even when they're out of stamina, I find they just keep winning melees anyway. What do I think of the new Hoi 4 DLC? I'm not too familiar with it, honestly. The games I've been playing are Victoria 3 and Master of Command lately. Oh, and also Hero Tonfa's American Revolution Smuggler, which I intend to stream soon. I actually got to reach out to Hero Tonfa about that. What are your thoughts on conlangs? I don't know what that is. Sure, if you like melee, I think it's too costly in terms of manpower, given a few exceptions. I prefer veteran infantry for accuracy because I just like holding fire. I understand it is a stylistic thing, but from a like optimal gameplay standpoint, I feel like anytime ranged infantry encounters Grenadiers, just charging with the Grenadiers is an instant win. I've never seen a scenario where it wasn't. And I think the fix is just to like slightly reassess how the game handles melee. I feel like the way it needs to work is that attacking from the front in a charge needs to basically always fail unless your unit has a huge advantage. And the point of Grenadiers should be not that they'll win without an advantage, but that the advantage just needs to be a little less. Oh, are they not going to attack? Oh, there they go. I mean, I have a huge cavalry advantage, so if they want me to hit their flanks, I can do that. It's actually recruits on their flanks. Yeah, I'm gonna go kill their recruits. Conlangs are... Oh, I don't really care much for them. I don't know. I feel like we're going to learn a language. You should actually learn a real language. Like, it was cute when Tolkien did it, but then everyone started making their own languages, and it's like, man, what are we doing here? What's the point of this? I like it when an author in a fantasy setting, and admittedly I'm not the biggest fan of fantasy, but like when the fantasy author is like, the people speak the common language in my country. And it's like, sure, that's not very interesting world building, but like, it helps the story go along. It's called the common language because people talk to each other with it, and a story involves a lot of people talking to each other. So is our artillery not firing? Yeah, no, it's not. Are there any other vulnerable units we can kill? Oh, there they go. I think we're closer to the river. It counts as cover, right? Yes, because there's little woods on each side, so let's get our boys in there. And our artillery is now firing, right? Yes, it is. Excellent. I see a lot of enemy grenadiers. Also, veteran infantry is cheaper in terms of veterancy, so they get more XP towards the end of the campaign. Like, I get those bonuses, but I just feel like it doesn't balance out the fact that the grenadiers are just going to kill them. Like, what I'm saying is that if that's how it's balanced, I don't feel like that should be the balance. I feel like grenadiers should lose to ranged infantry in a straight-up fight, unless there's some other factor involved. Oh, whoops, my general got beaten up pretty bad there. I think he'll rally. At least I hope he does. Not looking likely. Alright, that's fine. To be honest, I'm just concerned about manpower. I feel like you do really well with the Holy Roman Empire because they have really easy access to manpower. Oh, is that my general who just shattered? It might be, I'm not sure. No, the general's here. I don't know what this unit is. It's one of my cavalry. Alright, and you guys are basically grenadiers, so you're going to charge, and cavalry, you need to rest. I'm going to actually pull these guys back a little bit. I'm going to cross the bridge with the grenadiers. Yeah, I'm basically out of cavalry, I think. Oh, I have grenadiers right here. Now let's get you guys into a thick formation and charge. got these guys. I'm like, look at how far my grenadiers can just run, and they're not even tired. And like, they're just killing people. They just really like killing people. What's left? Oh, there's a unit there. Okay. Can also send these guys to engage, and yeah, this battle's basically done otherwise. Captain Dude, welcome to the stream. Glad you could join us. All right, and that is the battle. I don't think we need to take that many casualties, but it's fine. If I had $100 to wager on politics, then what would you wager on? Well, like, what are the options? You're asking about Congress, Senate, President? What do you mean you can't see the map? And yeah, we took a lot of casualties there, so I think we have to script. Oh, I lost my commander, no! Yeah, we need 2 new commanders, I think. Also, I keep forgetting to give my units grape shot. So the Magnate Artillery is always going to be the equivalent of brigade artillery, not field artillery. So they're going to have... Yeah, I keep forgetting to get it to them. The buckshot. Where is it? So it's either grape shot or canister. Here. 11% war trophies to the Sayum. We also need commanders. So this guy's supposed to be good for artillery. And we also need a commander for our new regiment. So let's sell a bunch of stuff so we can hire him. Oh, we can't afford him, can we? Alright, if that's the case, we will simply burn the place to the ground and protest. Did I only lose 1 commander so far? Yeah, just the 1. I don't think the general can die in the campaign. Oh, you mean the battle map on the top right? Oh, that's an easy fix. Here, let me, All right, I hope this looks good. Yeah, that's basically all right. It's slightly unaligned, though. That's bothering me. Here, sorry. Don't ask me why it's set up this way. Too high now. Sorry, this is like my autism. It has to be perfect. All right, start going a little nutty. All right, good enough, good enough. Autism be damned, good enough. All right, let's get out of here. We can go north around this army. See what other towns are in the area. All right, burn the place to the ground. Once you go Aspie, you can never go back. Do I have any books or resources for the Franco-Prussian War? No, I haven't done a huge amount of research into the topic, so I can't help you a huge amount. What I will say is that when I begin to research a topic, one of my favorite things to do is ask AI for what the best sources are, including reviews. The AI is not good at giving you information, but it is amazing at finding sources of information. So like, I use Grok, for example, just because it comes with Twitter. Like, I'll say, like, hey, Grok, tell me about this conflict. And it'll tell me some things about the conflict that maybe are true, maybe aren't. But it will give me the source where it's getting the information from. And that source ends up being super valuable. All right, we have to go way down south now for the convoys. Ezekiel, the grape shot canister fire can't fire through friendly units like the round shot can. You'll be blocking your own melee. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that. What I do is I just switch it to, a fort. I just switch it to the appropriate ammunition type. Ooh, an infantry or an officer. I'd actually like an officer. Because we have the regiment. Okay, this is morale damage. Man, this guy's kind of all over the place. I guess I'll give him infantry, but, like, he's really all over the place. Okay, we have a slight problem. Oh, God. None of these are good. Okay, we have a really big problem because the final battle is about to happen and we have, like, nothing to fight it with. Oh, wait, if we get to this town... Okay, this town right here. We can get the troops we need. How far are they? Yes, okay, they're really far away. This is good. March, men, march. Go really, really fast. No, there's nothing here! How... Okay, we're not that low on troops. Can the Sayum send us any? Yes, the Sayum can send us reservists. Okay. Okay, the Sayum just really saved our bacon there. Well, we can't drill, so this doesn't help us. Honestly, these all kind of suck. We have an yeah, we do have an artillery commander. Ooh, this is good. Okay, we need units now. But I don't think we're going to be able to buy any, so I guess I'll just make my general's unit even bigger. Our general has to have a massive unit now. Oh, I didn't know I could equip... I did not know the general's unit could have equipment. Okay, sick. Man, I would have liked to know forever ago that I could equip the general's unit. All right, is there anything we get from the barracks to help us out? Oh, there's some miscellaneous stuff we can sell here. Okay, yes, we can afford 1 unit of Magnate Militia. Okay, we're about to have a really, really hard battle ahead. Make sure to drill, you get more replenishment. We're playing as Poland. We don't... Oh! I'm an idiot! I thought Poland didn't have the option to drill. It's the HRE that doesn't have the option. Okay, I'm very silly. So yeah, I guess we might as well drill. Oh, this is super winnable. Yeah, this final army is not tough at all. Let's just see if there's any units we can upgrade. So these skirmishers, I don't want to turn them into Actually, I guess we could turn them into artillery. Yeah, you know what? Let's, I can turn this into artillery, but if I do turn it into artillery, it's going to be a weak unit. So, okay, I think we're good then. All right, sick. This is going to be super winnable for us. They have really good cavalry we got to watch out for, but otherwise we're fine. If you lose this, the war might end in defeat. I think we got it. There was a free recruit. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, I still think we're going to win this. Foot line is generally very good when you give it field works and other items that fit your style of play, but generally it's foot plus minus defense grenadier plus minus offense. But you can do both with good items. To victory against the unsubscribed rabble. Ooh, I like this map. This town here is always really good to do a defense in depth in. And I think that's what we're going to have to do. How much artillery do they have? They do have a lot. We got to watch out for that. And what's their doctrine? Okay, their doctrine's very cavalry oriented. And we don't have a supply train anymore. Oh, this unit's tiny. Okay. Let's see here. So the Stoke tax evaders, we're going to put them up in front. All the grenadiers or like melee-oriented infantry are going to form a secondary line. I'm going to have these guys in the town. With equipment to victory, use the hills for artillery before they do, using the river to lower their stamina. Nah, they're not really in a position where they have to cross the river. And what's the condition here? I see, wind chill. If all else fails, blame it on the wind. Exactly. You already see my strategy. So the number one thing we have to watch out for is their cavalry. They don't have a lot, but it's very good. It's 4 units, if I recall, yeah. Their artillery is also pretty good, but there's not much we can do about it in the short term. So we have a nice little defense in depth. Actually, you know what? I feel like Grenadier should be moved up. This makes more sense. All right, here we go. So if any of their units are exposed, I need the cavalry to rush in and take advantage of that mistake. I want my artillery focused on their cavalry. Where's their best unit? That's the best unit in easy range. I actually feel like we might be able to kill those Jaegers for free. these guys are not well equipped for melee. That's their... Yes, those are their Jaegers. Okay. I think this is going well initially. I think this is going very well. And we're also about to take out one of their units of Grenadiers, which is awesome. Their cavalry is doing something funky. I think they're going for my artillery. Oh, no, back up, guys. Back up. We got him. We got him. Good job. Go back to base. Yeah, their cavalry is going for my artillery for sure. It's honestly not clear to me if we're winning this or not. I think we are. It's just not certain. Oh, we're about to take out another one of their cavalry units. Oh, my Grenadiers didn't even need a help. Okay, sick. I think we can start really getting aggressive here. Oh, my Grenadiers are about to break. Cavalry, quickly, get there, get there, get there! We need to get the blue line for their morale. Ah, they broke. I still think we can charge their lifeguards and win. Oh, there goes the officer. Okay, we still took him out. That's what matters. My general is not winning that. You know, both of you guys switch to grape shot. There's cavalry all over the place. You need to take it out. Despite all the issues, I think we're doing really well. I want to take out their Fusiliers here. Ooh, yes, the Grenadiers are back in action. Alright, the Panacea Cavalry Regiment, I think, going to bail us out of the situation. Okay, those are just Musketeers. We should be able to beat them. Ooh, whoa, I was not paying attention on our flank. That's not good. Our Grenadiers are not going to win that. The Musketeers are probably going to beat that, though. Yes, go cavalry, go. We can win this. I think we're going to win this battle. I think we got this. Yeah, they're breaking all around. We got this. And we have some units, like the Fusilier Regiment and the Lithuanian Militia, that are basically fresh. cavalry has to rest, and they still have some fresh units we gotta watch out for. Okay, you guys need to switch to round shot, and you need to start providing support again. I want to go after their artillery, but there's one more unit of cavalry guarding it, and it's very dangerous. I'm going to use my cavalry to reinforce the right, because we have problems there. Ooh, whoa, this unit should not be standing here like it. They're going to get enfiladed. You know, these guys together can start peppering their artillery. It was a tough fight, but we got him in the end. Man, their artillery does a good job shattering our units. I have to compliment them. Their artillery is actually probably the most dangerous part of the battle. Man, their artillery keeps breaking our units. It's crazy. There we go. And all right, there we go. It was a bloody battle, lots of losses, but we got him in the end. Fake GLP 1633 wants to know why I stopped streaming on Twitch way back when. What it honestly comes down to is like what makes the most sense for the channel and the audience. And getting people to go from YouTube to Twitch turned out to be very difficult. People didn't want to make that transition. So I figured that I should stream where the audience is, and that's here on YouTube. You can bait the enemy cav while getting them within musket range. I do that tactic a lot. All right, we need to conscript. We took so many casualties. I'd love to go for the experience, but... Actually? Yeah, I know. I'm going for conscription. Whoa, we lost 2 officers there. That's brutal. That's really brutal. Alright, doctrine. Oh, this? Oh, morale is doubled. Eh. This would probably help a lot. Alright, so we can capture Saxony, capture Hesse, or capture Franconia. Let's see what the options are. 2 units of Polish field artillery I would not say no to. What's the doctrine? Inspired Populace doesn't really help, but neither do any of these. I like the idea of 2 Polish field artilleries. Let's go for it. Hey, fake GLP, it's not too late to try. I'm streaming every Friday at noon on the main channel from now on, so you're always welcome to join. Yeah, Daspens, by the way, the streams are not instead of our mainline content. It's in addition to. We have another 4-part documentary series coming very shortly. We need, oh, I can't get men out of this? All right, I guess I'll go for the money then. Okay, so we need to enter 6 settlements and destroy... Okay, entering 6 settlements is always hard on the last one, because there's 2 marauding armies burning all the cities to the ground. If they burn all the cities to the ground, you can't enter them. So we can rush this guy down here and then go for this guy. And their HQ is over here. So I guess the loop is that we're going to go like... Floop, floop, floop. I think that's what we're going to do. So let's move. We should probably force march the whole way. All right, very nice. Okay, we're gonna need this. Thank you to whoever pointed out that the veterancy is really good. I just never really thought about it. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay, so this army is attacking us. So we're gonna have to kill this army, and then we're gonna have to kill this army. And we don't have all of our commanders. That's fine, though. Okay, so it's Lifeguards and Grenadiers. This is actually gonna be a pretty tough fight, but I also think we're gonna win it. For my next campaign, do I want a fun or unfun challenge? Well, tell me what you have in mind for each. What's not happening? Let's not do too much battle this time. I'll say this, the one thing that's a little counterintuitive about this game is that battles are a net profitable affair, which is kind of the opposite of how a strategy game really should be. Like, what you want to do is set up situations where you're extremely likely to win, but this game is more like a boss rush with like some intermediary. It's not really a game about campaigning. The campaigning is just kind of context. I'm not beating one after another. No, that one is not happening. I agree with you. I don't like this battlefield that much. Actually, right here is a good spot. Where are my skirmishers? Do I not have any? Oh, there they are. The Stoked Tax Evaders. I'm gonna put them here. Cavalry will guard the artillery. And everyone else I'm gonna move in front of the town and then a little behind. We're going to win this fight. We're just going to take a monstrous amount of casualties in the process. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm going to put Musketeers in the first rank and Grenadiers in the second. I'll tell you the other thing I'm going to do. I'm going to let the artillery on the flank use its canister shots, and they're going to kind of fire over, not fire over infantry's heads, but more like fire into the melee in front of them. So these guys here I don't really want. I'm going to put like this unit here and here just to guard the flank. By the way, someone who knows more about this game, if you're atop a hill, can you shoot over the heads of the guys below you? Like, the answer should be yes, but like you never really know how these games work. It's a no. That is tragic. Cool to hear. Yeah, having played this game recently, it favors aggressive play on the campaign map and in battles, which feels counterintuitive as it presents itself as a resource manager. Exactly. That's the exact point. And like, listen, I bet that the guys who made this game, the Armchair Interactive team, had conversations about how the game would benefit from more campaign mechanics, but they decided, and I think this was the right decision, to focus on getting the battles right. That would be my guess as to what happened. Whatever happened to the France campaign? Oh, I just finished that one on my own. Okay, so now these guys need to switch to their Grapier shot. So what do you have on the right? We have Veteran Fusiliers, Veteran Fusiliers, Veteran Fusiliers, and only one unit of cavalry helping them. Damn, look at that. They do so much damage. Ooh, whoops, something happened on the left. Let's countercharge. Look at how much damage the canister does out of the artillery. That is crazy. I need to call these musketeers in to fight here. You know, these guys too, probably. Oh, no, sorry. I thought my Lithuanian militia broke. Alright, we're basically fine then. Yeah, we're going to win this. I don't even think we're going to take too many casualties. Like, there's going to be a bunch. There's no fighting a battle this large without heavy casualties. So I think it's going to go basically fine for us. Taking a lot of damage on the left, though. I can't deny that. Okay, guys, I want you to volley. Get into a nice brick shape and charge. And then all you guys start running this direction. Yeah, our left is hurting real bad. I'm going to really pull the line in. But now we're at the stage where we can just sweep them. Okay, that unit of cavalry up there. I want to bait them into a volley. There they go. Alright, that wasn't quite what I was going for, but if it works, it works. Ooh, we're starting to hurt a little bit here. Are we actually losing this? We might lose this. And here I thought this was going so well. This is recoverable. We just have to play smart. But all my units are shattering. This is getting tough. The cavalry needs to recover its stamina. That's what it has to do. Yeah, no, we're not recovering from this. I want to kill this last enemy unit. And you know what? Let's let these guys... Oh, nice. God, the artillery is crazy. But yeah, no, we gotta call this battle done. David Gundapi, welcome to the stream. The hills are actually 2D. Yeah, I know, you're right. That's a cool effect they have to make the hills look like they're 3D, though. Man, our army is hurting. Part of the problem is we don't have any manpower. Maybe the Shem can send us some? Only one unit of Hungarian infantry. I don't think it's going to work for us. Man, our army is hungry for manpower. That's crazy. Okay, there's another 2,000 reservists we can get. Okay, sweet. And we can also sell a bunch of stuff. We're playing both with a difficult faction and on a difficult game mode. And, like, this is literally the end of the game. This is, like, the hardest part by far. Ah, they ran us down. Okay, you know what? That's fine. They're super weak now. I just don't think we're going to be able to save the city of Ansbach. They're not in for a good time. The odd thing I found with this game is that it seems to be telling you need to be cautious and hide behind cover, but aggressive charges often fare better. I was talking about that a lot at the start of the stream. I honestly feel like Grenadiers are way, way, way too powerful in this game. Because, like, if you get into a melee fight, the unit that's better at melee is just going to win no matter what, and that's always going to be the Grenadiers. This city is on the most magnificent defensive ground I have ever seen in this game. I don't think I've ever seen better defensive footing ever. I forgot to buy commanders when we were at that town, but that's fine. How damaged is their force? Yeah, a lot of their formations... Yeah, look at some of these. It's like one thin little line. And what's their doctrine? Alright. They're going to exhaust themselves crossing the river. Where are my skirmishers? I want to store them like here and have an awkward angle. Yeah, these little itty-bitty, like, magnate militia units. I'm gonna kind of keep them as, like... I don't know, it's a small town, that's kind of part of the problem. Might make more sense. Put my full units closer to the front. And the militias are actually small enough that I can Tetris them into the city effectively. Oh, I never unlimbered these guys. So one of the keys, we don't actually want to hold the river too long because we want them to cross it. We want them to mess themselves up. I feel like on the left are where the best opportunities happen to be for our cavalry to do stuff. Let's see here. This is it's a bit of a weird map, I'll say that much. We need to start doing stuff with our cavalry, though. Alright, that's one enemy unit routed. I honestly don't think we handled this battle very well. That's fine. It's turning out, like, basically all right. Whoa! I did not realize their cavalry got to artillery. That's really, really bad for us. I was not paying attention to that at all. It's fine. One of our artillery units survived, so I wouldn't call that fine, but, like, the situation is not catastrophic. And yeah, I also a unit of cuirassiers. Okay, so I'm going to pull these guys back to defend the artillery, and I'm going to let these guys take their place. Oh no, I think that's it. I think we just lost the battle. Between losing our artillery... Yeah, I know, this is bad. This is real bad. Yep, that's a retreat. Unfortunate. A big part of the problem is that we're missing a ton of commanders. Oh, and we just outright lost a unit. Okay, this campaign is not turning out so good. You know what? I'm gonna reload from the start of the act. It's probably, what, about here? Yeah, and defeated by the same army, I know. No, Poland is really hard, and we're playing on a high difficulty here. Oh no, this was after we lost that battle. So let's go back 2 more. Okay, so this was before I accidentally got that engagement, so let's just head north and get the extra manpower. I think we didn't even recruit a unit, not that we wanted this unit. And this is before we... Okay, this is after we lost the officers. We gotta hire some. And we are looking for, what, 2 melee officers? Yes, 1 for infantry and 1 for cavalry. This is good for our cavalry. And now we want 1 for our infantry. That works. Okay, sick. And let's also take out this fort since it's right here. Alright, that was way more costly than it needed to be, but that's fine. Oh, there's the Master of Command doctrine I was talking about. Melee plus 10%, prisoner gain minus. Yes, please. So I'm gonna... Okay, this time I think we can beat this army. No, but if you take out a star fort, you get a free doctrine. It's really good. By the way, the other thing for the star forts, artillery makes them way easier, and grenades make them way easier. Just 1 unit of artillery is all you need for way higher success chances. Alright. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Instead of deploying along the river, I'm going to deploy a little behind it. Sometimes the selection controls are questionable in this game. You know what? I actually want the artillery up here because I want to fire grape shot. Although that's not far enough back. Okay, yeah, no, let's go here. Or actually, you know what? Let's deploy this way so we have all this cover. Alright, I see what we're doing now. I'll just use the Magnate Militia to guard my flank. They're kind of useless otherwise. You guys will take full advantage of the cover here. Good cover here. Alright, I'm feeling good about this battle plan. And let's see what they have that's weak and vulnerable. Fusiliers, Fusiliers, Fusiliers. Their left, I think, is where we can make a lot of gains. Their right is where all the elite stuff is. So our Magnate Militias are going to need to do a bit of a enfilade action by slowly backing up, and they have a lot of room to go. I'm going to have these guys cross the river. You know, to really mess with them, I'm going to force them to cross if they want to hit our flank otherwise. is looking good so far. I'll tell these guys to back up now. And so far, we are looking good. So yeah, this unit's looking pretty weak already. Its morale was never high in the first place. Once these guys volley, they're going to charge. Oh, and this unit's getting annihilated. Okay, I'm already feeling so much better about this battle. These guys are taking a bit of a beating, I see. Someone tell Ezekiel to keep it simple, stupid. When he's paying attention to the chat, there's no need for complicated plans against simple AI. Okay, yeah, here we are. We're looking really good now. So yeah, this is all working out really well. Alright, sick. Our cavalry needs to rest. As do the grenadiers. Some of our units are falling back, I see. I think that's mostly on their cannons account. We're holding here, though, very well. Man, those grenadiers took a beating, though. I don't know if I want them in much more engagements. I'm gonna use them as a kind of reserve for like counter charges and stuff. I think they have artillery or something pounding my grenadiers. I don't know where that damage is coming from. Are these guys going to win this fight? Yes, they are. Okay, good. We just have to watch the right, because again, our guys are taking sort of a beating here. This unit especially is hurting. I'm going to swap it out with the militia as soon as it makes its volley. Oh, that wasn't good. They shouldn't have made the second engagement. That's fine. I think this works. So. Alright, they just need to rest again. I'm also going to move the... Oh, okay, they're exhausted. I want them to get volleys off and then join the melee. Okay, so you fired, join the melee, and you're firing now. Keep firing, guys, keep firing, and join the melee. Alright, I think this time we're winning. Oh, their cavalry's on a wide sweep right now. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Oh, I forgot to swap out my Lithuanians. Unfortunate. Alright, our far right is not looking so hot, but everything else is good. The far right did held as long as it needed to. Also, looks like their cavalry is no longer considering that cheeky little flank they were just now. And we also haven't lost any cavalry units, which is very important. It gives us a lot of operational flexibility. Man, they're running out of ammo. That's wild. I'm gonna have my cavalry cross the bridge. We're losing men on the right, though. This one's gonna be very close, very tight. Our right holding, if we win this battle, is going to be the cause of our victory. That's what needed to happen for us to survive. So these grenadiers are getting crushed. Whoa. That was a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Both of our cavalry units broke. The situation is getting very sticky, guys. Very sticky indeed. Cavalry unit can provide supporting fire, just not much. Oh, he wants to charge me? Okay, my cavalry will just ride. Oh, one of my big units just broke. Okay. Yeah, I think we lost this. Alright. I think this is fine, though. We did way more damage to them this time. Castro Bros, it might be Jover. Yeah, this time I don't think we lost a whole unit or anything. I actually feel good about this. It's gonna be tough, I won't deny it, but I'm feeling good. What are you? You are the cavalry. Honestly, the stamina is what they need. I already swept this place for manpower. Wow, my army is so insanely hungry. Maybe war trophies for reservists? No, we don't have enough. Oh, but we can sell a ton of stuff. I don't really like selling these things without reviewing them, but like it's too much micromanagement. I can't handle it. Oh, that one thing. Okay, you know what? Maybe there's a few things we can do. This this is not melee units. That doesn't matter. Oh, this is infantry only. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna sell everything then. Can we get a unit or anything here? Oh, we can do a whole bunch of bribes for manpower still. Okay, that's our army almost completely restored. Maybe one more? I think that fully restores us. Yes, it does. Okay, sick. Alright, cool. And what we're going to do is we're going to drill for faster recovery. Oh, Harold Boy Space Lover, welcome to the stream. This is Master of Command, a Total War-like game made by the Armchair Historian team. Here we go. This time we're going to win. We're going to kick their butts so hard they won't know what hit them. The Battle of Nuremberg. All right. I'm feeling good about this one, guys. Let's do this. Let's win this. For Poland. Oh, I don't like this map with the giant city in the center. So yeah, we beat them down pretty good. And there's a really good city for us to defend down here. Best map to defend? Exactly. And a lot of our forces have recovered a lot of their losses, so this is good. Some of these guys, not so much, but you know. Unlimber these guys. All right, there we go. All right, Despens, thank you so much for joining the stream. We stream every Friday at 12 noon EST or 5 p.m. UCT, and also sometimes unannounced streams when I feel like it. All right, let's see here. They have a lot of elite formations on the right, our right. Their left is the more vulnerable side. Cavalry, however, is still a huge threat to us. We gotta watch that. Oh, there they go, as expected. Alright, that's one of their cavalry units down. You know, maybe I'm just going to get really aggressive with my grenadiers. That might be the play here. They only have 2 units of cavalry, so let's just chip away at them. Alright, you two charge. You have the numbers, go for it. There we go. Their cavalry force is now completely destroyed. Here we go. Yeah, we're really sweeping them now. Let's go for it. The Grenadiers are absolutely exhausted, though. Alright, they need to take a little breaky break. Alright, we don't seem to be doing so hot on the right, though. Cavalry is not so bad with morale. I think their commander is doing a very good job keeping them from getting exhausted. He has a lot of stamina bonuses. God, their cavalry is like an unceasing tide though. It doesn't matter how many cavalry units we kill, they just have more. Ooh, this militia unit rallied though. Let's get them on the flank. Things are not looking so hot for us. These guys might win a melee, though. Also, I think I can switch these guys over to their short-range shot. Is that our cavalry breaking? Yeah, I think nearly all of our cavalry just broke there. Oh, and my general's still alive. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna win this. This is gonna be really tight, but I think we're gonna win. I'm gonna tell my main center to fall back. The main thing is that we need to let the cannons do a good job. They need to, like, grind down the enemy. My general needs to recover his stamina. If he does that, he can contribute to the fight again. Go. That's one of them routed. Our general is going to be ready for another charge very soon. Oh god, they're going for the artillery now. No, our general didn't win that fight. Alright, yep, we lost this. I have to say, this is an extraordinarily tough campaign. Yeah, let's order a retreat. This is tough. I remember when I played Magnate Army, there were several points when I thought I threw the campaign. Yeah, it's not easy. Crumb, welcome back. I recently found your channel. In a few months, I watched pretty much every video you've ever uploaded. Great stuff, man. Thank you much for saying so, Hugo Ham. I see you're getting a whooping again. I know. The book Videos were really cool. Yeah, I'm really proud of those videos. I'm glad you liked them. We have lost another one of our commanders. There's other cities down here. Maybe we can go to them for some support. God, we went into this with so many resources, and now we just have nothing. What about the secondary army attacking you? That army wasn't attacking me. That army was raiding the city, and it didn't actually care about me. I guess the best we can do is loot this city ourselves. If we enter 6 settlements, we get 2 free artillery units, which helps us out a lot. God, the problem with looting the city is that we lose a bunch of men doing this, but I think it's the only way we're going to get the money right now, because we're not winning any battles. How much left of the campaign? This is the final act, and we're already halfway through it. Though, frankly, it looks like we're going to lose. Okay, I'll start moving towards the northwest. That might be the only place with resources we can work with. God, these units are expensive. Okay, we finally solved most of our manpower problem. Most of it. Is that the same army as before? No, this is a totally different army that wants to kill us. If we retreat, we take 10% attrition. It's mostly artillery, though. Maybe we can beat them. Does the HQ army size increase over time, or does it stay the same until it attacks you? It stays the same until it attacks you. What the point of each act is to build up your army enough to defeat the HQ that's waiting for you. Remember the number 1 rule of the art of war: if you think you're going to lose, don't fight. The problem is that I'm honestly struggling to judge whether I can win these battles or not. Oh, this is a good defensive ground. Let's get the artillery unlimbered. I'll say this, the main thing I learned from this campaign is I do not like skirmish infantry. It just does not jive with my playstyle at all. It is all grenadiers and shock infantry for me. Well, I hope you're right about me winning this battle, because a victory would really set us on a good path. Are they shifting their whole army? Okay. You do you, AI. You do you. Guys, Grenadier versus Grenadier on the left. Actually, yeah, the enemy army is almost all Grenadiers. Okay, I guess we have to do that thing where we skirmish with them to get them to attack us. The one upside to this battle is they basically don't have cavalry, so we have pretty free reign of the fields. There they go. I don't want to charge the artillery from the flanks. What I want to do is make a hole and bust through it. Although at this rate, we just may get that. You know, I'm going to let just my general do that job, because I want to use these two cavalry units to keep distracting these grenadiers. They're really wasting their resources over here. Oh, I did not realize we were getting charged in the center. I'll be honest, guys, I'm not even sure we can win this one. Like, our army is just too weak for this phase of the game to be effective. Yeah, we're not winning this. Yeah, and their grenadiers just rallied on our generals, so we can't even take out all the artillery. Although, I don't know, maybe there's like a thin way we win this. Man, I'm doing really wacky stuff to try to win this battle. Yeah, the cavalry is going to win that. Let's transition into the center. Maybe we're pulling this through. I'm honestly not sure if we're winning or not. I'll say this, going after their artillery is definitely helping our situation. This is tough. You think I'm playing too defensively? It's entirely possible I'm playing too defensively. Although, actually, I think we're going to win this anyway. Yeah, no, we actually are going to win this. Cool. It was a dirty victory than it needed to be, but it is a victory nonetheless. All right, there we go. Nice. The reason for the dumb positioning is I'm getting too obsessed with giving my men cover. Because, like, I feel like I'm in a death spiral here where I lose too many men, so even if I win the battles, I'm, like, coming out of these as Pyrrhic victories. God, look at those casualties. That hurts. All right, thanks for joining, Duke Tell Dalmatia. Don't forget, we stream every Friday at noon Eastern Standard Time. Ooh, this is... Okay. The Sayum might be our ticket out of here. This is the cavalry branch. And this is going to be more melee infantry. Okay, we might actually be back in the game here. Okay, guys, I think we might be back. We might be so back. We need to enter 2 more settlements, and there's definitely 2 more settlements here on the top left for us to enter. All we have to do really is win the final battle. And yes, I will take a line infantry regiment. Yes, okay, I'm feeling it now. I'm feeling it. Let's see what we can upgrade here. So we're going to gain 2 artillery very shortly. So I want to enter the settlements and get the artillery before making any, like, serious decisions. We have to enter 1 more settlement, and it's right there. What happens in the HRE stays in the HRE. Let's go! Gambling! Okay. There's our 2 Polish field artillery units. Or actually, it's 1 level 2 field artillery unit. Okay, so we can give our artillery guy 1 more relevant trait, which is none of these. I guess this works. Okay, so what we need is to upgrade troops into cavalry. Who can we upgrade into cavalry? These guys will actually happily become cavalry. Okay, cool. So there's the Magnet cavalry we needed. What can we recruit? Well, we're actually broke, so we can't recruit anything. What was the top 10 officer perk I missed? Oh, we also need an officer for our center grenadiers, so who's melee oriented. Terrifying? Well, I have intimidating here. You're right about morale damage. Okay, this unit of magnet militia I can also turn into cavalry. Is there any artillery I can buy anywhere? Yes, for 1,200, which we can't afford. So let's finish filling out our cavalry. I think we're going to get the most use out of that. Oh, wait, I'm really dumb. We already had enough cavalry. It was artillery we need. Okay, I am, ugh, not my day. So I guess all that's left to do is, like, just drill our army. I have enough already? Okay, that's good to hear. That's comforting. Yeah, let's just drill our army until they arrive. Luckily, they're really, really far away, so... Is there anything else the Sejm can do for us? I don't think so. Reload last save. I want to see if we can take them out. Turn this into artillery. I'm going to go for the grenadiers. Oh, can these guys? Oh, they have to become. All right. That's a good point. It is Altdorf. Do you have the old core for Prussia unlocked? I don't fully understand what you mean by that. All right, here they come. No, I haven't unlocked anything for Prussia. Although I have no doubt they'd suit my playstyle very well. Overlord, subscribe, viewers, stay winning. Have I finished the Prussian campaign? No, I haven't even started it yet. I think I finished the UK campaign, the Polish campaign, and the HRE campaign. Only ever as the initial starting armies. You know, I didn't actually look over their army. Man, I'm not paying attention today. All right, guys, let's see how this goes. Grenadiers, 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 grenadiers. Oh, fusiliers. Fusiliers, fusiliers. Grenadiers. Okay, so our left is going to be enemy grenadiers. Our right is mostly going to be shooters. They have a lot of artillery and not too much cavalry. Not more than I think we can realistically handle. So, you know, instead of doing that really defensive crouch I like to do, let's deploy in a normie line. Where's my artillery? Yeah, I also know that Sweden will be very good for my playstyle. I'll just have to adjust to their, like, training school thing. Their fancy pants mechanic. Sweden's not like other girls you see. They have to reform their military before it gets good. So I want to have some grenadiers on my right, but I want to mostly confront their grenadiers with my grenadiers in case they charge. So that's grenadiers, grenadiers, grenadiers. All right, sick. And then in the center, leaning right. All about shooting. probably should not have reorganized my artillery then, but it's fine. Oh, see ya, Crumb. Thank you for all the advice. How good are those Magnate troops? They're generally higher skill than their counterparts, but the formations are a lot smaller, so they're not forgiving. When you make mistakes, it really hurts. Okay, they're not just going to let me stand here. I have to force them to attack. You know, their cavalry really sucks, to like a shocking degree. No, that's not what I want. Attack them. There you go. Okay, we did a lot of good damage on their right. What's happening on the left? Something. I'm gonna back these guys up a bit. I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think we have a very realistic shot of winning. Go, Magnate Grenadiers, go! Yeah, I'm probably not using this army aggressively enough. Definitely a valid point there. I'm not sure things are going as good on the left as we hoped. Let's just get really far away from our right side, because that's where a lot of their forces are. Our artillery is about to have a very, very bad time. I have no idea how it's going to go exactly. Oh, I just realized their artillery, aside from one cavalry unit, is really exposed. I have no idea how this battle's going. I'm just clicking buttons. I'm surprised our cavalry is, not cavalry, our artillery has survived this long. I actually think we're going to win this. Aside from their artillery, we basically have the situation resolved. They have so much artillery left, though. Yeah, I know, we're losing this. You know, I think this battle was winnable if we were a little more aggressive. Let's try this one more time. I think we're like on the exact edge of a winnable battle. Luckily, we're not playing Iron Man mode, so we get another shot here. We are ending this stream on a win. I refuse to limp away defeated. We are not unsubscribed viewers. We do not give up when things get a little tough. Let's check. Are there any upgrades or anything we can still do? Do any of our units have suboptimal equipment that could be improved with, like, even the average stuff we have here? Like, yes, the Stoke Tax Evaders could use a slightly better bayonet. All right, with that one mild optimization. That's true. You can't reset Iron Man to an earlier phase, but you can reset it to the start of the recent battle, I believe. So if you have a tactical problem, you can solve it. If you have a strategic problem, it's kind of over. Yeah, just a guy. I don't like that so much either. You know, the left side of the field has a much wider front. If we're here on the right with the river, it's very narrow. And somebody pointed out, if you're behind a swamp, the enemy exhausts themselves to get to you. You can also save scum on events. Good point. Let's try the narrow front on the right. And I also want to make a bigger point of using our artillery to take out their cavalry. Sorry, our cavalry take out their artillery. It's Gustavian. I'm not sure there's a huge amount we can do with that. So let's anchor our left with some grenadiers. Shooters in the middle. And the right is more grenadiers. All right. Oh, I didn't realize it affects the AI. The army is have to be aggressive and may defend if it has a large artillery advantage. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. How do they orient themselves? Their shooters are on the left, so we have some vulnerable enemy units to take advantage of. Yeah, let's use our cavalry to kill their cavalry and their artillery. Our infantry will hold the center just fine. Oh wait, Lithuanian Grenadiers. I did not know that unit was here. Okay. Maybe we can make this work. We're already winning a huge victory here on the left. Although Lithuanian Grenadiers are not doing so hot. I'm trying to bail out my Grenadiers here. You know what? The one unit of Magnate Cavalry, I'm going to have come down. I almost got to send my general to save their morale. Yeah, bringing that one unit of Grenadiers messed me up. The narrow front, though, was definitely the way to go. I think we're going to lose this, but we got to try one more time with a slightly more successful model. Why are these guys not firing? Oh my god, I never unlimbered them. Okay, we're restarting this battle because I made two really silly mistakes, but this is really winnable now. I see the way to make this work. One more time. You see, I'm getting impatient. That's a big part of the problem. All right, third time's the charm. The unsubscribed viewers will not be allowed to triumph. Recall, there was one random unit we could upgrade. Oh no, we fixed that. It saved again. Okay, cool. One more time. Here we go. Yeah, the artillery is just providing motivational support. I did upgrade. Was there one I missed? Officer upgrade. All right. That doesn't count. Officer, why aren't we shooting? Wait for the order, men. Is your question, am I stupid? Because if so, the answer is yes. Okay, we need something that actually helps. Something that actually helps in the battle. Oh, this is perfect. Yes, no, I do get that. I understand that the different formations both physically change the way, the volley fire wasn't good for that brigade type. Although, okay, now that I think about it, I could have just swapped the officer around. We'll see what happens. I think I might have made enough changes here to make this work, though. You know, I feel like this is like the meta for streamers where like you actually do know how to play the game, but you pretend to be a moron and the viewers get so frustrated with you that like they can't look away. I think that's the meta. Yeah, honestly, at this stage, I need all the help I can get. What I'm going for right now is a narrow front to drag out the battle as long as possible while my cavalry tries to win it for me. That's basically what I'm going for here. It's a lot of grenadiers, artillery, and a medium amount of cavalry. Love how smug the officer of the 3rd Brigade is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let me check to make sure that the artillery is unlimbered, which it is not. Okay. Okay, here we go. Wait, is all our cavalry losing here? That sucks. Yeah, maybe this just isn't winnable. We'll see. And part of the problem is they keep retreating and then they just come back. Luckily, a lot of the army of theirs is being distracted fighting our general. So this may just work out for us. Like, we just defeated that unit of grenadiers, and now it's back for more fighting. The truth is, this just might not be winnable. It's called Tax Evaders because one of our supporters wanted it named that. I like the name. Okay, at least we're making some progress here. God, there's got to be a way to win this. Like, I see what you're saying, Crumb, with having two separate cavalry forces. The problem, and this is what I'm afraid of, is that our cavalry already gets kind of crushed on its own. So if we split them into two groups, they're just going to get killed separately. Yeah, no, Poland wasn't really part of the 7 Years' War. It was very indirectly because the Grand Duke of Saxony was also the King of Poland-Lithuania at the time. But I don't know the exact legalese, but like Poland was not obliged to join, and it didn't. It's possible I'm boxing myself in too much. I definitely see the possibility. What I could do is like a big diagonal line. Or maybe even like flirp, flirp, something like that. Try going for the town. What about like, because the river still guards my flank if I'm up here. I think I see a line that works. It's all cover, so less range damage taken. That's true. Sorry, it's just kind of unintuitive that you want to get into close quarter combat with an army full of grenadiers. Like, I get it. I see the argument here. That's not a bad idea. So it's all grenadiers here on the left, so my cavalry's on the wrong side to skirmish. But maybe that's fine. Maybe I'll just leave my cavalry back a little bit and wait for an opening to present itself. Wider lines? Yes, one second. Let these guys finish reorganizing themselves. Yeah, they're just going to stay back and pound me with artillery if I let them. Let's see if we can force them off to move. Man, you want me to play this really aggressively. Okay. Actually, oh, I see what you're getting at. Okay. Because the river is basically blocking half their army. We're going for a very, like, isolated engagement here. I mean, it was just these two musketeers to, like, hold off the enemy coming in on the right. The problem is that, again, like, my army is just way too weak. We're winning some of the fights, that's good. Well, there's something going on here. I'm not sure what, but something. The left flank is good, but we got crushed on the right. There's way too many of them. Okay, I have one more thing I want to try, and if this doesn't work, I'm going to call this. Sometimes, if you, like, do a big engagement, like, enfilade isn't the word, oblique. Sometimes the enemy will let you just launch an oblique attack against them, and they just won't do anything about it. So, like, they'll just let your whole army attack, like, half theirs, and they'll just sit there and take it. Something aggressive has to be done. That's the only way we're winning this. You know what? All grenadiers on one side of the battle, all musketeers on the other. The musketeers will slowly black up as the enemy advances, and the grenadiers and the cavalry will work together to win. And we're going to do all of this on the far right, and the musketeers will use cover from the town. And also this hill will provide a vantage point for the artillery. By the way, what does elevation do in this game? That's never clear to me. Like, I imagine it helps somehow. I just don't know how exactly. Okay, grenadier, 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 grenadier. I'll put the tax evaders with them. All right, let's see how this goes. It increases accuracy and a little defense. So I guess that's good for artillery is the point. I think the AI might actually let me just fight their flank without too much difficulty. Yeah, because they're attacking our right kind of independently of everything else. Now we're up against here. It's their Grenadiers, so we're about to have like the hard part of the fight here. But if we win, we're in a beautiful position. See, this is actually going pretty well, I think. We're certainly doing a number on them. Okay, here we go. And our left just has to slowly fall back. That's all they have to do. Buying time is the name of the game. And this unit's actually about to break. Okay, sick. We broke them. Okay, maybe we have a chance here. Maybe we just barely have a chance. Their artillery, though, is pounding us. I'm exhausting my cavalry for nothing. Oh, I didn't even realize they were coming across the river here. Yeah, and my men are exhausted, so charging isn't going to help much. Well, that's cool. We are shattering them. Yeah, I just don't think there's a realistic way to win this. This was probably the best battle we've done, though, of the set. We actually did a lot of damage to them. But yeah, no. It's not going to happen. Who do we have that's still fighting? Who's stupid enough to keep fighting this battle? There we go. Alright, I want to see the casualties at least. Well, on the bright side, I learned something. Yeah, for sure. I'll tell you what, I think it's going both Magnate and Grenadier heavy that really did us in. Yeah, for sure. But, like, you know what? Not only do we do a specialized army, this is not the normal game difficulty. This is, Brigadier or whatever one level up is. So, like, each of their units was doubled. So they had an extra cavalry unit, an extra infantry unit, an extra grenadiers, and more extra artillery. Oh, that's why they had so much artillery. This guy got doubled. The problem is the Magnate army doesn't really have a bigger unit that can properly hold the line. Yeah, no, that's a big challenge. One thing that... the biggest thing I think that I learned from this is that I need to pay more attention to the unit sizes. I'm a lot interested in, like, what the unit is supposed to do, but things like its size or, like, secondary factors like morale, those I tend to ignore. I'll tell you what else. I think we got really unlucky with this being Gustavian doctrine, because the much wider officer radius meant the enemy was, like, impossible to break. Unless you get regular Polish-Lithuanian units. You know, that's another thing I definitely neglected, where, like, I'm like, oh, this is the Magnate army, so I want to use Magnate units, right? And, like, sure, I should use a bunch of Magnate units, but I needed the regular ones as well to help hold the line. But no, like, we got really far in this run. Really, really far. You know, I feel the same way as France, too. Or, like, as the Holy Roman Empire, you can lose tons and tons of soldiers, and it just doesn't matter. But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. God, I've been here for almost 5 hours now. Yeah, no, we got to call this stream over. But yeah, this was a great time. Thank you guys so much for joining. As always, we stream Fridays at noon Eastern Standard Time. That is about 5 p.m. European time, like England, France, that area, UCT. What else was I going to say? Yes, and that's only on Fridays. I also do some unannounced streams. Guys, we are always working on the mainline videos, so if you want to become a supporter of the channel, we hugely appreciate it. You can do that over at callmeezekiel.store. Let me give you a link in the description. I spelled support wrong. There we go. There's all sorts of rewards for becoming a supporter, and it all goes towards helping us making the videos. Also, if you're over there, we also have cool merch like this here NATO hoodie. The camera's there, I gotta remember. Like this cool NATO hoodie. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, no, I'm definitely interested in playing Austria. I actually had a lot of fun with artillery this time around, and like Poland doesn't seem to do the best with artillery. So playing an artillery specialized faction like Austria sounds fun. Yes, no, unfortunately the unsubscribed viewers did emerge victorious. Don't worry, they're stupid, they're morons, they're idiots, they won't know what to do with the victory. We will regroup, and then we're gonna get them next time. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. This was an awesome time. I will see you next Friday, if not before then. Bye-bye, y'all.